What's up, everybody? Let's wait for the fam to come in. Let's wait for the fam to come in. We're going to be talking about the astrology of this week. We got a lot. I feel like I say this every week, but I think it's because it's true. We have a lot to talk about this week. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Let's wait for the fam to show up. This is going to be recorded and posted on YouTube as well with timestamps. We're going to be talking about a few things today. We're going to do a little eclipse season preview and talk about the eclipses coming. We also have Venus moving into Libra, which I love. I'm excited about Venus going into Libra. Venus is going to be forming a sign-based opposition with Saturn. So we're going to have a Venus-Saturn opposition coming up during her transit throughout the sign of Libra. So this is going to be really important. You know, Venus and Libra, moving into Libra this week is going to be really important for the relationships of cardinal signs, Capricorn, Cancer, Aries, Libra. Your relationships are going to start to get tested, or they're going to mature and evolve. And you know, you may come out with a husband, or you may come out with a long-term connection with the Venus's transit in Libra. Um, Oh, look what someone said. Someone said they're about to fly, so they're gonna miss the live. It's okay, you'll be able to come back. Hi, you are so talented and skilled. Oh, thank you, my love. I appreciate you. Good morning, Mrs. Armstrong. How are you? Luminary said, I love your page and insights. I appreciate that so much. Good morning, Abby. How are you doing? Hey, Natalie. Hey, Maisa. Let's wait for everybody to come in. Everyone popping in here. We're gonna be here for maybe a few hours, okay? Last week's live was 5 hours. I don't think this live today is going to be 5 hours. Okay. We're gonna try to make it not 5 hours, but hey, you never know. Yeah, no, we talked a lot. We talked about a lot of stuff, a lot of important things last week. So I'm just waving at everybody as they're coming in. Cool, cool. All right, let me get the chart pulled up and get my notes out. We'll use that page. We'll use this page. This was from last week. Yeah, we'll use this page in case we need it. Taking my timestamps. Took me all my drives to work. Oh my God, I just finished it. I just finished it on the way yesterday. It's so funny. That's so funny. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Your kids say hi. Tell them I said hi. Tell your little babies I said hi. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So we got the moon in Aries today. What do we okay, let's do a little week ahead preview. So we have the moon is going to be going through Aries, Taurus, and Gemini this week, it looks like. Let's do Los Angeles. There we go. We have a big eclipse coming up on the 12th, so we're prepping. We're entering eclipse season. We're kind of already in the eclipse portal. So just want to let y'all know, even though this last full moon in Aquarius that we had, what, 4 or 5 days ago now, it was on Wednesday of last week. Now here we are on Monday. Um, kind of was a ghost eclipse a little bit. It kind of was a little bit of an eclipse, um, because the nodes are in the same sign as that full moon. And I even think that full moon in Aquarius was tied to the solar eclipse or the lunar eclipse in Aquarius. Solar eclipse. What was it? Solar eclipse in Aquarius that we had in February of this year. So there's definitely some kind of echoing of energy that this full moon in Aquarius had from the solar eclipse in Aquarius that we had 6 months ago. Okay, so I want you guys to think back maybe to February of this year, what you were going through, what you were experiencing at that time, because this month could bring up themes that, you know, echo something that happened or that reverberate from an experience or that bring energies from what happened in February. Okay. Aries moon and lifting weights as I listen. Yeah. I was gonna say, has anyone been feeling a little agitated or irritable since yesterday? Because the moon's been in Aries, more of like an aggressive physical energy in the air. Also, who went to the movies this weekend? the moon was in Pisces. Pisces is connected to film and television and movies. And also, who kind of had fun or did something fun? That's one of the things I was talking about last week during the week ahead, is that, you know, the moon going through the sign of Pisces this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, responding to the sun, Jupiter, and Leo. That this past weekend was going to be kind of fun or kind of celebratory, or people were going to be doing things, planning vacation stuff, leaving for vacation, things like this, with the moon in Pisces responding to sun, Jupiter. But yeah, here we are. So it's the third. We went live a few minutes ago around 9 a.m. Pacific time, and we're going to be talking about a few things. So we're still recovering from our Mercury retrograde. Mercury's technically in his shadow period. I think he's coming out of his shadow period this week, though. One of the big things that we're looking forward to is Mercury going into Leo. Mercury does go into Leo. It looks like on Sunday. So it looks like Sunday, August 9th, Mercury will ingress into Leo. And that's going to kind of take us out of our Mercury, fully remove us from our Mercury retrograde and even being out of the Mercury shadow. So we're really going to feel this week with, especially, well, we're still in recovery. We still have to wait. Mercury's been in Cancer for what feels like forever. So we're still waiting for Mercury to get fully out of Cancer. Okay. And so when Mercury goes into Leo on Sunday of this week, we're going to see a lot of kind of Mercury things move forward, or like new beginnings associated with Mercury things. So this is August 9th. So I believe next week from the 9th, and I'll talk more about this, from the 9th going all the way to like the following week, the 17th, as Mercury goes into Leo and is moving through Leo. I think we're going to see a lot of forward activity or movement with jobs, with applications, with people making important decisions or choices. And I think we're going to see a lot of lucky opportunity with Mercury going through Leo. And there's a few reasons why. The first is Mercury's catching up to the sun. So Mercury, he's going to have a cazimi with the sun. It's not going to happen this month. I actually believe it's going to happen next month or next season. We're going to have a Mercury Sun cazimi. Actually. Oh, it does happen this month. Whoa. Yeah, Mercury's flying. Oh, no, it doesn't. My bad. My apologies, you guys. We're not having a Sun Mercury cazimi. The Sun Mercury cazimi is going to happen in Virgo season. So it's actually going to happen on, I'm looking at the date right now. It's actually going to be on August 27th. We're going to have a Sun Mercury cazimi in the sign of Virgo on August 27th, and that's going to be at 4 degrees. We've been having this recurring theme of like 4 degrees, being activated. We had the barbells basket at 4 degrees. That was like a big thing over the last few weeks that people were talking about, the barbells basket formation with Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, and Jupiter. But it's so interesting because we're going to have the Sun Mercury cazimi also at 4 degrees, which is going to kind of echo or activate that barbells basket formation. Even though we have Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto still moving, by the end of this month, they're going to not be at 4 degrees anymore, but it's still kind of activating that formation in the sky. So we'll talk more about that when we get there. But yeah, Mercury's ingress into Leo at the end of this month is going to be really good for people that are like looking for jobs, or people that have to make really important decisions, or people that have something to talk about, something to say. Mercury in Cancer is a very silent place for Mercury. Mercury in Cancer is also a very muddled place for Mercury. One of the things we always got to remember with Mercury is when he's in a water sign, it's kind of like putting a bird in the ocean, or putting a bird in like, to giving like a bird bath. Birds, the reason why birds are associated with Mercury is because Mercury rules over air signs, right? Also, little small insects, small creatures, bugs and stuff like that. That's also ruled by Mercury. Rodents, Mercury rules over rodents through the sign of Gem. So, like mice and rats and things are ruled by Mercury through the sign of Gemini. But rodents don't do well in water, and neither do bugs. Most bugs don't do well in water. And also birds, right? Creatures of the sky don't do well in water. So, putting Mercury in Cancer, it's like it's hard for him to go and express himself. It's hard for him to function. His typical logical, rational, practical ways of being, his problem-solving skills, all of this, they're a little slowed down. They're a little confused, they're a little delayed, they're a little emotional, a little sensitive, I think this Mercury retrograde in Cancer really showed us what was hurting, like the way the past is still hurting us. The way that our mom didn't listen to us, the way that our dad didn't listen to us growing up, the way that we felt as a child. Like there's a lot of things that Mercury's transit in Cancer and the Mercury retrograde in Cancer were bringing up. And I'm excited to move away from the Mercury transit in Cancer in general. I think it's Mercury going into Leo is a much more confident place for Mercury. It's a much more decisive, clear place for Mercury. I think Mercury, the planet of the mind, the planet of activity and habits and behaviors and routines. I think Mercury moving into the sign of Leo is going to give some of us back our sense of consciousness, our sense of self, our sense of awareness, clarity with decision making and things like this, because Mercury in Cancer has been a little confusing for decision making. When Mercury is in a water sign, people that have Mercury in a water sign, Mercury in Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, they make their decisions and their choices are usually fueled by emotion. And emotion is not the most rational, practical thing. A lot of times we make really poor decisions when we are in a hyper emotional state. And this Mercury transit in Cancer, the Mercury retrograde in Cancer, right, could have showed you how you do a disservice to yourself when you make decisions or choices out of extreme or intense emotion. And like how sometimes, the emotion of fear, especially anxiety, fear, paranoia, when we are in these emotional states, we tend to make the wrong choice and decision. We don't make the right choice, right? We usually make choices out of limitation. We also rush through choices when we should be slowing down and being patient and waiting till we have all the information, or waiting till we're in a more stable, clear space before we make the choice, right? We may have over the last, few weeks while Mercury's been in Cancer or Mercury retrograde in Cancer, you may have seen that, some of your choices and decision making were a little bit more impulsive and we're based off of emotion, or you ended up saying things that you didn't run through a filter, and because you were feeling that way in a particular moment, you had a little bit of an emotional release, or things like this. So I think Mercury in Leo is going to be kind of good. It's going to be a corrective transit for a lot of the damage that Mercury in Cancer caused, the Mercury retrograde in Cancer caused. Another thing that we got to be mindful of is the delays and the setbacks and the kind of like the burden that the Mercury in Cancer transit was. Why was this particular Mercury retrograde that we had just went through, or we're coming out of the Mercury shadow, but why was it hard? Why was this particular Mercury retrograde in Cancer difficult? And overall, why was the Mercury transit in Cancer hard for us collectively? Why was it a little bit more messy? Why was it a little bit more frustrating? Why was it a little bit more heavy, right? Why was it more burdensome? Why did it feel this way for us collectively? Or even it was more destructive. I will even say that the Mercury retrograde in Cancer and then also the Mercury's transit throughout the sign of Cancer, which is wrapping up this week, was destructive. Okay. Well, it's because Mercury was making a sign-based square to Saturn in Aries, right? So Saturn being in the 10th house to Cancer. If you put Cancer on the rising, Saturn has been in a superior square to the sign of Cancer. And so Saturn being in a really strong position, and Saturn also being in a harsh aspect to Mercury throughout his retrograde, kind of was showing us, there were certain things that were not for us. There are certain things that we had to talk about. There are certain boundaries that we needed to have with family or with others. Also, if you think about, Saturn in Aries squaring, Mercury in Cancer, Aries is what emotion? Aries is the emotion of anger, right? Aries is the god of war. Aries is about fighting. Aries is about aggression. Aries is about, I'm going to stand up for what I believe in. I'm going to fight you for what I believe in. I'm going to fight for my independence. I'm going to fight for my autonomy. I'm going to fight for my justice. I'm going to fight for what's right, right? So I also think that the Mercury in Cancer transit and the Mercury retrograde in Cancer, making that sign-based square to Saturn and Aries, it did bring about conflict with people, with family members, with friends, you know? And it illuminated a lot of tension for folks between what I need, what I want, what my passions, what my desires are, my autonomy, my independence, Saturn Aries, in conflict with my family's expectations, my parental needs, you know, what my parents need from me, what my kids need from me, right? What others need from me, how I'm always helping other people, carrying the burdens for other people, showing up for other people, supporting other people, and they're not doing it for me, right? So I do think that a good reflection point this week as Mercury exits Cancer and moves away from this, sign-based square to Saturn, who is in a superior square to him. I think a good reflection point is thinking about what Mercury in Cancer and then what the Mercury retrograde in Cancer was showing us around what we emotionally need and how we can communicate our emotional needs better, but also understanding that sometimes we're not going to get that emotional communication, we're not going to get that reciprocity, or even sometimes the demands of others, the emotional demands of others, and the demands of the family, or even loyalty and devotion to the family can also block us or get in the way when it comes to our own personal individual development or when it comes to our own passions or own individual power, you know. So it's a good thing to reflect on what did the Mercury retrograde, but also the Mercury transit in Cancer overall teach you over the last 5, 6 weeks that Mercury's been transiting Cancer because he's wrapping up in the sign of Cancer this week. And what's really interesting is we've had Venus and Mars in a sign-based square. So even though Mercury is moving out of Cancer, Mars has been in Gemini and Venus has been in Virgo. And Venus and Mars in Virgo has been another tension point. It's been causing a lot of conflict in the lives of mutable signs, Pisces, Virgo, Gemini, Sagittarius. You've probably noticed that there's been some disagreement, so there's been some anxiety, or there's been some nervousness, or there's been some kind of tension that you've been dealing with. There could literally be, conflicts with neighbors or coworkers or siblings or leaders, bosses that you've been having to deal with this last week, especially with Venus and Mars coming into square. If you're a mutable sign, you have Pisces, Gemini, Sag, Virgo in your big three, especially. Um, you've probably been noticing that there's been some kind of tension or some kind of conflict. Also, the Mars and Gemini square Venus and Virgo has been bringing up health issues for people as well, because Virgo is a sign of health. Virgo has a lot to do with intestines and digestion and our upper intestines. And Virgo is how the body kind of cleans itself and purifies itself. Virgo is sextile Scorpio, so when it comes to purification of the body, that's Virgo. When it comes to detoxification of the body, that's Scorpio. Scorpio and Virgo, they sextile each other. They have a lot in common, and their glyphs look alike, actually, if you take a look, right? So Virgo is kind of like, the upper intestine. That's why the Virgo has the M with the enclosed little loop, where Scorpio is a lower intestine, which is why Scorpio has the M, but it has a little tail, right? Because the tail on Scorpio is the poop chute. That's like where we are excavating and pooping out everything, right? That's why Scorpio rules over the reproductive organs and Scorpio rules over our digestive tract, but also Scorpio specifically rules over the colon and like the anus and like, you pooping and all this, right? All the nasty body functions that you do in the privacy of your bathroom, that's all Scorpio, right? So with Mercury in Virgo, or with Mercury moving into Virgo, and when we're talking about the signs of Virgo and Scorpio, or I'm sorry, the square between Venus and Virgo and Mars and Gemini, we're talking about health issues that are associated with the wrists, the lungs, breathing, because of Mars and Gemini. Mars and Gemini brings, so wherever Mars is transiting, whatever sign Mars is transiting is where he's going to bring heat, inflammation, tension, conflict, pressure, right? So Mars, he agitates, he irritates, he inflames, right? He also causes injury, he injures, he stabs, he shoots. These are all attributes of Mars. Mars, right? It was so crazy. There was a few weeks ago where on Threads there was astrologers arguing about whether or not Mars is a sexual planet. Mars rules over the penis, y'all. How Mars is the penis. Like, how can we say that Mars is not connected to sex when Mars rules the sign of Scorpio, which rules over the reproductive organs, which rules over the vagina and rules over the penis and rules over our sexual organs? Like, that is a pointless argument. Or why are we arguing about like silly stuff like that, you know? Clearly, Mars is about sex, right? So, that Mars square Venus, though, that has been in the sky this week and it's going to kind of still linger into the or last week it's going to linger to this week. That Mars Venus square also has been bringing a lot of tension and conflict with relationships. And one of the people that I'm thinking of in terms of Venus and Virgo. So one of the things I always talk about with Venus and Virgo is how women who have that placement, they tend to get criticized and judged, and they tend to be disliked unfairly by the media, by the public, or even within their own family. Kim Kardashian has Venus in Virgo. Meghan Markle has Venus in Virgo. Martha Stewart has Venus in Virgo. It seems like these women that have Venus in Virgo, I did a whole post on this. We tend to hold them to an unfair standard, and they tend to get judged and criticized and disliked more so than women that don't have Venus in Virgo or that have a different Venus placement, or even women that have a very strong Venus placement. They tend to be more well liked. There tends to be more compassion that's given towards them overall in the public and in the media. And their beauty tends to not, their beauty and their body tends to not be something that is scrutinized or that is heavily judged. And the reason why I'm talking about this as well, the Venus and Virgo, Mars and Gemini square, is because of what I'm witnessing with Ariana Grande right now and what I'm witnessing around what social media is saying about her. And I understand that, her fans and so many of us are concerned for her health and her wellness based on her physical appearance or whatever. But I also think we need to be very gentle and very careful of how we're commenting on people's bodies and how we're criticizing and judging and nitpicking people's bodies. And I think this is one of the big shadows of Virgo. And I think this is one of the big shadows of what's happening in the transits right now with Venus and Virgo squaring Mars and Gemini. You know, I when it comes to Virgo and when it comes to Venus being fallen in Virgo, we always got to think about the beauty standard that women are held to and how women are held to this sometimes unrealistic beauty standard, or even how the collective will project a lot of their own traumas and insecurities and issues with beauty in the body and with health onto women, onto celebrities, or onto public figures. And I really do think that's something that's happening right now with Ariana Grande. She's been getting so much backlash. She's been getting so much negative press. There's been so many people saying negative things about her health and about her body and about the way she looks. And we just need to be very gentle and very careful with this, of how we comment on people's bodies and the conclusions that we jump to. You know, I think it's interesting how she's a Capricorn rising. And so we have the sun and Jupiter in her eighth house in Leo, and this full moon that we just had in Aquarius literally is happening on her second house, eighth house axis. The second house is our self-esteem, our self-worth, but the second house is also food and diet. And this is something that Capricorn rising, because Saturn rules their first and their second. Saturn rules the first house of the body for Capricorn rising, and Saturn also rules the second house of food and diet and self-worth and self-esteem. A lot of Capricorn risings, they do deal with issues associated with diet and with food, and it's because of the Saturn rulership over the second house. And you'll see this when people have Saturn in the second house too, or Saturn in a harsh aspect with their second house ruler. Like, let's say you have your second house ruled by Gemini or Virgo, but you have Mercury in Leo directly opposite Saturn in Aquarius, right? So, Saturn, what he does is he creates psychological complexes around deprivation and lack, around loss, around insecurity. Saturn has a lot to do when it comes to medical astrology and health astrology, and even, the psychology of astrology. Saturn has a lot to do with deep complexes that we have around lack or around deprivation or around depriving the body of something, So, I'm not saying, I'm not accusing this, or I'm not, claiming that Ariana Grande has any of this or whatever. But when we're looking at a body that is frail, when we're looking at a body where we see bones, this is Saturn. Saturn is the planet that rules over the bones. And Saturn makes us very skinny and very thin, And you'll see this a lot of Capricorn risings or people that have Saturn ruling over their moon, or Saturn in the rising, or Saturn influencing their body in some way, the first house. They have very skinny, bony bodies. I know men that are like this. I know men, Capricorn men, that are tall, thin, and very bony. And that is a Saturn body type, And I was looking at her chart last night, and she has Saturn at 0 degrees in Pisces, And she's a Capricorn rising. And so she has a very thin, frail body, She has a very weak body. And this is the other thing that when I was looking at her chart last night, she has the South Node in the sixth house of like work and jobs and her daily routines. And to me, what that told me when I was looking at her chart is that she can literally work herself into non-existence, or she can literally work herself into illness, or she can literally, like, her routines, her job, her daily expectations, South Node in the sixth house can take so much out of her that it like she literally like shrinks up. It's like taking her life force or taking her energy. That's what the South Node does, The South Node takes our energy, it drains our life force. And it's also, if we are doing South Nodian things that are unhealthy, or if we are engaging our South Node in a way that is not about detachment and surrender and letting go, the South Node can become a very, very toxic influence. And I've seen this with people that have the South Node in the sixth house. They'll have 3 or 4 jobs, or they'll have a job that takes 12 hours a day out of their life. And they have no life. They have no time for themselves. They skip meals. They're not eating. They have no relationship. They have like every other area of their life suffers because the South Node's presence in the sixth becomes this all-consuming thing where all of a sudden a job just takes over their life, or multiple jobs, or even the energy of struggle and survival, ends up draining their life force. And so, I think Ariana Grande, she has to learn this year, why she's doing the things that she's doing, in general. Like, are you doing these things to feel worthy? Are you, working yourself, overworking yourself, doing all these projects to avoid what's going on emotionally, to avoid what's going on personally? Are you like, what are your motivations? And if you're working so hard and if you're so busy that you are skipping meals, and you're not eating, you're not taking care of yourself, and you're kind of like, working yourself into the ground, and you're literally draining your body, you're draining your life force, then that's something that she's gonna have to take a look at this year. You know what I mean? That's something that she's gonna have to address. But I was looking at her solar return chart, and this is going to be a little bit of a tumultuous, chaotic year for her. I would have told her going into her solar return this year that there's more than likely going to be work commitments or job commitments or job opportunities or whatever that are going to fall through, that she's going to walk away from or abandoned. And that also her daily routine this year is going to be very chaotic and very tumultuous. So she's going to have to find balance between rest and work. And also, she's going to probably be brought into isolation or need isolation this year. She has a 12th house. So she's a Cap rising. Hold on, let me place this. The dogs are going crazy. The 12th house, she's a Cap rising, but she's in a 10th house perfection year as of her birthday of this year. But she's got the moon in the 12th house in Sag in her solar return chart for the year. She also has moon opposite Uranus directly, in her solar return chart between the 12th and the 6th. So this indicates radical sudden changes with work and career, right? Job opportunities falling through, or her abandoning job opportunities. Something needs to shift and change around her routine, but also health issues. The sixth house and the 12th house, these are health houses, and they bring up issues of health and wellness. And so I think that's another thing that, she's being called to look at, or she's going to have to take a look at whether or not, she's totally fine and she's totally okay, or, maybe she's really dealing with something. She's going to have to take a look at it. The astrology for her this year really shows that she's going to be coming out of the limelight or stepping out of the limelight in some type of way, even though she's in a 10th house perfection year. So that's the other thing that's really interesting. She's in a 10th house perfection year, which is why she came out with the album, which is why she did the tour, which is why she had like big career goals and big career dreams this year. Like this year is a 10th house year. It's a year of career, it's a year of publicity, it's a year of being seen. But then the 12th house Sag moon tells us that there's going to be some kind of blowback or some kind of loss, or there's going to be some kind of withdrawal from the public that she's also going to do this year, and we're already seeing that. She went ahead and canceled the theater show that she's supposed to be doing at the end of this year. She went ahead and withdrew from that because of what people were saying about her body. That message was, that went out yesterday, or that was something that was the media was talking about yesterday. So with that being said, what I wanted to say is, with Venus and Virgo squaring Mars and Gemini, and with Venus moving into Libra and Mars moving into Cancer, and they're still going to be kind of squaring each other, just need to be mindful of being excessively critical of others, and being critical of ourselves, especially now, especially this week as Venus wraps up in Virgo, and she's at the last degrees of Virgo right now. We just need to be mindful of being critical and judging others and being harsh on ourselves or hard on ourselves. Venus and Mars being in Mercury ruled signs for the last few weeks has been very stressful. It's been very anxious for a lot of us. It's been difficult, having Mars and Venus don't really like to be in mutable signs. They don't rule over mutable signs. So if you think about it, right, Mars rules over Scorpio and Aries, which are a cardinal and a fixed sign, and then Venus rules over the same. Venus rules over Libra and Taurus, which are also a cardinal and a fixed sign. So when Venus and Mars are in mutable signs, um, they're kind of like they have to function in a way, they have to maneuver in a way and express themselves in a way that's a little different to what comes natural to them, because the mutable energy of Mars and Venus, right, they like stability, they like security, they like safety, they like consistency, which is why they're connected to cardinal and fixed signs. And when you put them in mutable signs, right, things are changeable. Things are, they can go this way or that way. Things are also not black and white, right? They're not very clear. Now, I always like to think about, Venus and Mars and Gemini is like when you're in a situationship, right? If you think about, Mars and Venus being the planet of the man and the woman, or being relational planets, they have a lot to do with synastry and relationships and compatibility. you know, when Venus and Mars are in mutable signs, it's the energy of the situationship. It's like we don't really know what we are. We don't really know where we're going. We kind of like each other. We like these parts about each other, but we don't like these parts about each other. When you have Venus and Mars and these, in a cardinal or fixed sign, it's like these are very black and white things. Like, oh, the relationship is or it isn't. We're dating or we're not. Things tend to be a little bit more clear when Venus and Mars are not in mutable signs. And that could also be something that we're experiencing right now in various ways with our relationships with others. We may be feeling that things are very murky, or things are very funky, or things are very unsure in the realm of relationship. We may have been feeling this way for the last few weeks as Venus and Mars have been transiting mutable signs. But I also think that Venus and Libra, when Venus's ingress into Libra this week, is going to give us a lot of clarity around where we stand in relationships. Now I'm going to tell you guys right now, especially if you're a cardinal sign, if you're a Cancer, Capricorn, Aries, Libra, you have your big three there. You have your Saturn there, or your Jupiter there, okay, in a cardinal sign. Venus and Libra, especially opposed, because he's going to oppose, or she's going to oppose Saturn and Aries, is going to be a relationship checkpoint. It's going to be a karmic checkpoint when it comes to love and partnership. Okay. So, all right. So I just kind of wanted to talk about a few things. This has just been a little bit of an intro of what we're going to be talking about for the week. Um, Let me see what else. Okay. So Venus goes into Libra. When does Mars go into Cancer? The Mars is going into Cancer, and that is not a transit that I'm looking forward to be honest with you guys. Mars in Cancer is like, why is Mars in fall in Cancer, right? Why is Mars toxic in the sign of Cancer? Well, let's talk a little bit about that. and then we're going to transition into specific topics, okay? The saxophones are getting louder. Yeah. Well, we're approaching eclipse season. Yeah. Mars isn't going to Cancer until Tuesday of next week, August 11th. So, but I want to give you guys a little bit of preview of that because, so Cancer is a sign of home and family. Mars is the planet of war and conflict. So the reason why Mars is in fall in Cancer is because Mars is dangerous and destructive to the family and the home environment. So Mars in Cancer is like having an angry parent that's abusive to a baby that can't protect itself. Mars in Cancer is also bad electrical in a house where, electrical causes a fire or, literally a home catching on fire is Mars in Cancer. Cancer is a sign of home, property, real estate. Mars is the planet of fire and destruction, right? Also, Mars in Cancer has a lot to do with unregulated emotional temperament. And I've seen this with people that have Mars in Cancer, where they are very, very prone to just going off. They're very irritable, they're very angry, and the primary emotion that they express, or the default emotion that comes most easiest to them, is anger and rage. And they can have a very, very uncontrolled relationship with Mars. And this is something that, what's the difference between Mars in Cancer and Mars in Libra, right? Why Mars in Libra is in detriment. Mars in Taurus is in detriment. Mars in Cancer is in fall. What's the difference between this, though, right? Let's talk about it. So, when Mars is in a Venus ruled sign, Mars loses his aggressiveness, he loses his agency, he becomes very conflict avoidant. So, Mars in a Venus ruled sign, especially in air and earth sign, which are cold, the air and the earth signs are considered cold in temperament, they cool down Mars, right? They make Mars more grounded. They make them more peacekeeping. They make them more conflict avoidant. So what you see with people that have Mars in Libra and Mars in Taurus is they're passive aggressive. They tend to be people pleasers. They don't want to embrace, they don't lean towards conflict, and their Mars is not going to like go off. So Mars in detriment in those signs weakens his expression. It makes him more passive. It cools him down. It makes him actually more controlling of his temper, so he doesn't give in to his temper. But this isn't the same for Mars in Cancer. Okay. Mars in Cancer, his fallen status in Cancer, he gets more aggressive, more angry, more volatile, more destructive. He's more dangerous when he's in the sign of Cancer, right? So this is something that we got to remember that's very different when it comes to Mars's detrimental or fallen status. In this, when he's in a Venusian ruled sign, he's in detriment, Taurus and Libra. When he's in Cancer, he's in fallen status. Mars in detrimental status in Venus ruled signs, in air and earth signs, he's cooled down. His aggressive energy is cooled down. But when Mars is placed in a water sign, especially Cancer, and you also see this with Mars in Sag, you'll see this with Mars in Aries, when he's in a water or a fire sign, that's when Mars can really do some damage. That's when Mars can become really destructive and really temperamental and really angry. I'm going to go ahead and read a few comments that people have left. Oh yeah, someone said unless they have Mars in Libra opposing their Saturn in Aries. I knew someone else. Yeah, if someone has Mars in Libra opposite Saturn in Aries, or if they have a Saturn Mars thing going on, opposition or square, yeah, they could be very controlling and very mean and very aggressive. Sag Mars have me wilding out. Oh yeah, that's an angry Mars too. Yeah, I know women that have Mars and Sag that are violent and go off and you know I have a client who has Mars and Sag that, she was very honest with me. She told me that she used to beat up an ex-boyfriend. I used the whole sign. Grand Rising, how are you, Shaky? Nice. Do you think we should look at our aspects and birth chart and whole sign? Yes, yes. You use whole sign always. I'm a whole sign astrologer because my astrology is rooted in traditional astrology. So I got my start in Hellenistic astrology, Demetra George, Chris Brennan, the astrology podcast. And then I moved into like more evolutionary astrology, or I've studied evolutionary astrology as well. So that's like the works of like Stephen Forrest, and that's like talking about karma and the nodes and all this. And then, I really love Judith Hill. You guys will always see me talking about Judith Hill and her work because a lot of her work has got me into medical astrology. And through her, I've learned a lot of medical astrology. But then I also love Vedic and Eastern astrology. So a lot of what I'm doing, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, a lot of what you see me doing in my posts is I'm using Vedic techniques, or I'm using Vedic significations around the planets, houses, and the signs, and I'm applying it to Western charts. And you can do this. This is why I don't see much difference between Vedic and Western astrology. You can interchange both processes, both techniques. You can use one technique for the other system. You can. You have to be good though. Not everyone, and this is the thing, like, I see a lot of people commenting on my posts like, "Oh, this doesn't work for me. This doesn't make sense for me." Baby, you got to know how to do math. A lot of putting the doing the math of astrology, like combining the house assigned the planet to get a signification, delineating meeting. It's like chemistry. It's like solving math. You got to know how to put the pieces together to get the final answer, to get the final delineation. And it takes practice. This is something that you need to put a lot of time and energy into to perfect as a craft. It's not something that's going to come to you overnight. You're not going to learn astrology overnight. Astrology is like learning another language. And you don't learn Spanish overnight. Okay, you don't learn French overnight, right? You don't learn how to be a lawyer, you don't learn how to be a doctor overnight either. These things take time and you have to kind of work at it, to put the pieces together and figure it out. Does Mars influence a Scorpio signify athletic skill? Well, if people have a strong Mars in general, they could be athletic. So you'll see that when people have Mars in Scorpio, Mars in Leo, Mars in Aries, they'll be physical, they'll be athletic. Mars in Sag, just another really strong placement for Mars because Mars loves being in a fire sign. Mars in Leo, Sag, Aries, he loves being in a fire sign. People that have a strong Mars, especially men that have a strong Mars, you'll see that they are very, very active. They're very strong. They're also very masculine. Women that have a strong Mars are just as masculine. You know, whenever I have a lot of really bossy, powerful female clients, and they're like going to the gym and they're like pumping iron and they're like buff and they're strong and they all have a strong Mars. You always see Scorpio Aries placements. You'll see a really strong Mars, really prominent place Mars. They have Mars in the rising. They have an Aries or a Scorpio moon. They have Mars on their sun, They have Mars on their sun. Like, and I'm like, yeah, they're bossy, I'm like, these women are bossy. Like, a lot of you women with the really strong Mars energy, you're the man in the relationship. I hate to say it, but you are. You're the man in your relationship, whether you like it or not. And sometimes I have my female clients with really strong, bossy charts, Leo rising, Sun and Sag, Aries moon, Leo stellium. I have to tell them, like, listen, my love, the way your chart is built, you're meant to be the man in your relationship. I hate to tell you, but it's true. You're gonna end up with a man that's more than likely more passive or more submissive, or he's gonna follow you, right? And that's fine. That's okay. Because guess what? Then these women, you bossy women that try to go ahead and date these men that are hyper masculine and very strong and very powerful, all of a sudden, guess what? You're intimidated by them. You're fighting them. You're arguing with them. You're emasculating them. You don't want to let them lead in their relationship. You feel threatened by them. Don't tell me what to do. Don't boss me around. Like, I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need you. And you gotta figure it out. You gotta choose your battles. What do you want? What do you need? Like, if you want a man to you gotta let him be a man at the same time. And I think a lot of women that have strong Mars energy or even strong Saturn energy, because I also think that women that have strong Saturn energy could be quite bossy and quite controlling. I've seen this with my Aquarius women, my Capricorn women. Aquarius moon, Aquarius rising, Capricorn rising women, y'all are really bossy and controlling. You can be, right? But it usually comes from a place where um where like you didn't have a good example of healthy, responsible masculine figures in your life, you know? And I've noticed this with a lot of women that have very strong, powerful charts, like they're very dominant, they have dominant charts. They either have a father or a mother that is just like them. If they have a father figure that was very controlling and very dominant, and like that they saw their mother kind of be a victim to the father, then they will like they're fighting their dad, to protect their mom. They're fighting their dad to protect their siblings. They're like standing up to these men, and they get used to fighting men, and they get used to this. And so when it comes time to like date and stuff like this, all of a sudden they have all these issues where they have a hard time opening up to a man, and they don't trust men, and they're very skeptical of a man's intentions, and they'll fight a man even if a man's trying to be sweet and nice and kind to them and help them out. They're very suspicious of his intentions, and like, are you trying to control me? You're trying to dominate me? Like, what do you want from me? Like. And so I think it's really important, for women that have strong dominant charts. I think it's important for them to unpack a lot of the relationship with masculinity, not only within themselves, but also in how it's manifested outward. Like how, like, look at their pattern of the types of men that they've dated, right? I've also seen this, and this is something that I also have seen, okay? A lot of times when women come from a family where the mom is mean to the dad, the mom bullies and bosses around the father, and they grow up witnessing this. So then what happens is they grow up and they end up taking on mom's habits where they start bossing and picking at and being mean to the men in their life, or to like and because this is a lot of times what they saw is like, okay, the way my mom gets what she wants is by me being mean to my dad. The way my mom gets what she wants is by exerting force and control and authority. So, right, subconsciously, it's like, well, let me do the same thing. I'm gonna do the same thing because I noticed that my mom gets what she wants by treating men this way. So let me go ahead and do that same thing because I'm gonna get with what I want with treating men this way, right? But then, you go out in the real world and you realize that a lot of men don't want to put up with this shit. They don't want to deal with. They don't want to. They don't want someone that's gonna be mean to them and boss them around and bullying them around. People in general have a low tolerance for stuff like this, especially in today's day and age. Dating in today's day and age is different. People are much more independent. People are much more egotistical. People are much more self-absorbed in this moment in time. So, it's a lot easier to be single. It's and our standards collectively for relationships are higher, where we have less tolerance and less patience relationally in general, right? Because um being independent and you know being your own person, that is like the priority. Like that is the cultural moment that we're in. We're not in a cultural moment that's like love and relationships and the other in partnership. No, we're in a cultural moment that is more about hyper individuality and like hyper success and like me, what I want, my needs, my desires, right? And so I think it has its pros, its cons. I think it raises the standards when it comes to relationship, but I also think the difficult part about this is it also makes us all more single. Like we're all sad. We all feel sad and lonely. Like there's less people in relationships. There's less married people, like overall, because of this. Higher standards, higher quality relationships, but also not as many relationships. You see what I'm saying? Because the expectations are evolving. And this is why, like, in this day and age, like if you are someone that wants love and you want to date, especially if you want a certain quality of partner, you really have to like go hard on yourself. You really, that's why you see people going to the gym, they're doing all this, beauty work, and they're doing all this body modification, and they're like doing all this like health stuff, right? It's because like the standard of like relationship quality and stuff is like gone up in general. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? It's like the standard of like expectation in relationship has gone up because we don't really need, women don't need men no more. And men hate this. I'm gonna be honest, okay? Men hate the fact that women don't need them anymore. Men are so mad that women are not choosing them, that women can be independent and take care of themselves, and that they don't need a husband, they don't need a man, they don't need, you know, they hate this. That's why they're passing all these laws to try to take women's rights away. That's why they're passing all these laws to like, block women from having control over their reproductive health. This is why they're like lashing out. They're like lashing back because they're mad that women don't want them anymore and don't need them anymore. That's like the psychological backlash that's happening. That's why all this weird stuff is happening politically, you know? And we need to be very aware of this. You know, we need to be very aware of this, you know? Well, I think the gay community and the gay culture is going through a state of evolution too, you know? I think a lot of the stereotypical LGBT lifestyle, LGBT people are turning away from that. And someone asked about gay relationships. So that's why I'm talking about it. I think a lot of LGBT people are no longer, they know like LGBT, they don't want to drink no more. They don't want to party no more. They don't want to do the hypersex thing anymore. They don't want the sex parties anymore, you know? I think we're seeing an evolution of LGBT culture in the way that it's moving away from drugs and alcohol and like escapism and like all that, you know? And I think the LGBT community and LGBT culture in general is searching for something else. It's looking for other forms of expression. It's also looking for other forms of like building community and connection, you know? I think it's a natural part of it. But I also think that it's very complicated right now with the LGBT community because there's a lot of things around sex and pleasure and desire and, you know, relationships and how, you know, polyamory and open relationships, all these things are kind of adding an extra layer. They're making things a little bit more complicated, you know. But yeah, so I think honestly, the long-lasting relationships start when both the woman and the man start with nothing, poor, even plain, even economic levels, and then they both build together with the same goals. You probably have like Capricorn placements. You probably have Venus and like Capricorn or something. You know, like there's a we have a lot of narratives that our Venus or our moon placement or our rising speak to. And a lot of times this idea of, you know, we met when we were both like, you know, had nothing and then we built something together. That is such a Venus in an earth sign or a Venus like in Capricorn or a moon in Capricorn thing. Like let's or like a second house Venus, you know, like or sixth house Venus. Let's build together, you know. Let's go ahead and go into business together, you know. Let's go ahead and make money together. And you'll see this with a lot of Capricorn Cancer people as well. A lot of you know the couples that end up getting into real estate together? She said, "Damn, I do." You know, like the when like a married couple has like a real estate business together, that's like Capricorn Cancer. That's like Moon in the seventh house, Mercury, Venus in the seventh house. Someone said I have Venus in Capricorn. I'm a Venus in Capricorn. I've thought that. Exactly. Baby, I listen. I don't you can just tell me like what you believe about love and relationships and I will tie it back to your chart because our Venus and our moon and our rising literally speaks to how we imagine and how we embody and how we want to experience love and partnership and relationships, you know? And what our kind of fantasy is around it or what our story is around relationships, like, you know. And this is why you always see people that have an afflicted Venus, like Venus and Scorpio, like myself. A lot of their love relationship stuff is going to be more so about tragedy or loss or hardship, or that's the things that they're going to remember more. Like the good, positive relationships, they're going to like psychologically fall to the wayside. Where Venus, you know, people that have Venus and Scorpio, they're always going to remember the betrayal. They're always going to remember the trauma. They're going to hyper focus on the more challenging, difficult aspects of their relational history. And they're going to have a hard time of letting it go, you know? That's perfect. Look at consciously Jess said, my Mars is in Capricorn and my husband's Venus is in my Mars is in Capricorn, my husband's Venus is in Cap. We love building together, it makes us fall deeper in love together. And that's exactly what you're looking for. That is the synastry that you want. You want Mars, Venus contact in the same sign. You want your Mars to be the sign of their Venus. You want their Venus to be the sign of your moon. You want their moon to be the sign of your sun. This is how we get good, positive, long-term synastry. You know, this is how we get partners that stay. This is also how we avoid betrayal and conflict. You know, like it's synastry can, I swear, if we did synastry readings for everybody when they got married or when they got into a relationship with people, we would save a lot of hardship and difficulty, and people would be able to work through their relationship issues so much faster and so much quicker and with so much clarity. Because synastry, the power of synastry is absolutely amazing, and it can really pinpoint where the issues are between people, where there's energetic conflict, or where there's going to be trouble. And I've forecasted this I've done readings for many years now, and I've done thousands of synastry. I can't even tell you how many readings I've done. I do readings regularly. Okay, that's my primary source of income. My primary source of income isn't passive income from social media. It isn't, classes or mentorships. No, my main source of income for the last 5 years has been doing readings, and I do so many. Okay, and a lot of what I've learned is from doing readings. Okay, like a lot of what I've learned is from my experience of doing readings regularly, daily, chart. Like I'm a Capricorn moon. I'm a Scorpio stellium. My work ethic is unmatched. I guarantee you, there's very few astrologers that could deal with the volume of clients that I see. Okay, I promise you this, because you have to have tenacity. You have to have what is it? You have to have stamina. You have to have spiritual, psychological, emotional stamina to be able to go ahead and do the amount of readings that I do. Okay, so but let me tell you something. If you want to become good at astrology or tarot, do readings. Do readings. Do them for cheap at first. That's what I started doing readings. I was only charging $40, $50 in the beginning, you know? And because I'm a firm believer, this is my Capricorn moon speaking, we have to earn our price point, you know? I think a lot of creatives, a lot of intuitives, a lot of service workers, they shoot themselves in the foot when they go out the gate with their business charging a lot. Because you have to earn your price point, the better you get at something, the more experience you build around something, the more you can charge for that skill. So, best deck for beginners by far is their traditional Rider-Waite tarot. Okay, traditional Rider-Waite tarot, any version of it, but it has to look like this. It has to be this deck. It has to look like this. It has to be these cards. Traditional Rider-Waite tarot. There are so many other decks they're all based off of the traditional. This deck, this is the vintage tarot deck. It's called the tarot. What is it called? The tarot vintage. I think it's, yeah. But the traditional Rider-Waite deck is the best deck to start with. I do quality and quantity. I do quantity as well. I do quantity. I do a lot of readings, and I'm really good at what I do. I'm really good at, connecting to people, getting insight for people. And, you know, yeah, it's quality and quantity, because yeah, I love doing readings. I love working with people, and that's where astrology comes to life. Astrology comes to life through its application. The only way astrology is meaningful is when we're using it and we're doing it for others or for ourselves, obviously, but we got to put it into practice. Otherwise, astrology is meaningless. You see what I'm saying? Someone said, I know you missed my weekly tarot. I'm gonna be honest, I've just been very busy with family and I just haven't had the energy to do the weekly tarot on Sundays. Like yesterday, I was with my family all day, went to the movies, and then the week before on Sunday was my brother's baby shower. So, but we'll get there. I just have to figure out like rest and work and that balance between the two. And I can't put too much on myself. I can't put too much on myself. I get tapped out. Um, Anyways, so I digress. How did we get here, by the way? What were we even talking about? Started talking about relationship dynamics, started talking about, masculine women, started talking about the LGBT community. Here we are. Thank you guys for being here. Someone said they want to book a reading with me. Yeah, you definitely should. Louis is good. He saw my current hubby coming and he told me absolutely not for the clowns I dated before him. Yeah, I did tell you that. Pisces, Venus, Cancer, Moon, Taurus rising. I just want a luxurious and loving husband. You might get one. Those are good placements for that. For getting a luxurious husband. Pisces, Venus, Cancer, Moon, Taurus rising. So you have a 11th house. Venus. That's a really good placement. Yeah, you should go out. You should go out and do like go to parties and celebrations and go if you have any the person that has 11 if you have 11th house Venus, you should join groups. Go out like clubbing, make friends. If you have an 11th house Venus, you can meet a partner or a spouse through a friend or through a social experience, like going out to the club or going out to a music festival or going out to like a party or even going to like a friend celebration. So if you have an 11th house Venus, whenever a friend has a graduation party, has a birthday party, has a retirement party, has anything, whenever a friend has any event, you go if you're looking for love, because that's where you can meet a partner. In a relationship, I want us to combine into one person. Maybe you be careful with that, okay? Merging is not for the weak. Libra, Sagittarius, Pluto generation all speak to collective transformation of love, intimacy, marriage, and freedom. Yes. And the Libra and the Pluto and yeah, Libra and yeah. So, the Pluto and Libra and Scorpio generations, oh, our love karma. Oh, God save us. Free us, Lord. Get us out of this. I don't want to deal with this no more. The love karma, when you have Pluto in a Venus or a Mars ruled sign, your love karma, our collective love karma, okay? The collective trauma that the Pluto and Libra and Pluto Scorpio generations have from love is the reason why so many of us are single. Is the reason why so many of us are living by ourselves. Is the reason why so many of us are still with our parents. Okay? Because the Pluto and Libra and the Pluto and Scorpio generation, the Lord had a special, platter for us when it came to love. We're like, oh, for you guys, I got something special for you. Okay? It's like we're like on an episode of Hot Ones when it comes to love. Okay? We're on an episode of Hot Ones when it comes to love, the Pluto and Libra and the Pluto and Scorpio generation specifically. They're like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna test you. We're gonna have you taste more spicier and spicier peppers. We're gonna go ahead and burn your mouth a little bit. We're gonna hurt your feelings a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and make you suffer and struggle. We're gonna make you bleed a little bit in the name of love, so you can learn. You know, it's toxic though. It's bad. It's toxic. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's toxic. Yeah. The love stuff that the Pluto and Scorpio, the Pluto and Libra generation have. The Pluto and Sag generation, they just give no fucks. The Pluto and Sag generation are the ones that are uh stealing in mass. They're the ones raiding Newport Beach and raiding Knott's Berry Farm. The group theft is like the Pluto and Sag generation. Also the recklessness, like the violence in the schools and all of this, like, students being violent to teachers and all this, baby, that's the Pluto and Sag generation. The Pluto and Sag generation, they're ready to set it off. They're ready to start the fire. They're ready to get the revolution going. The Pluto and Sag generation are just waiting to burn it all down. They're very independent though. And I also think the Pluto and Sag generation is the one they're very open to like polyamory and a little bit more sexually curious, a little bit more sexually open. It seems like. I've done a lot of readings for folks that have Pluto and Sag, and they're like really into like the polyamorous relationships or the loose boundary relationships. And I think it's because they really like their independence. Sag in general is a sign that really loves their independence. They want to be free, they want to do their own thing. And so I think, relationships for the Pluto and Sag generation, relationship styles or uh you know um relationship types that give them that space and that freedom is like healthy and really good for them. Oh yeah, the Pluto and Sag generations, yeah, very unhinged. Yeah, definitely. They're scared. The powers that be are scared of the Pluto and Sag generation. The powers that be are also scared of the Pluto and Scorpio generation. You know, they're scared of the Pluto and Scorpio generation. The powers that be are afraid of the youth of today. And they're afraid of the people that are being born with these placements. Like they're afraid of the Uranus and Gemini and the Pluto and Aquarius kids that are being born right now. Because these kids are they're gonna transform and change the entire world. They're gonna like kids that are born with this like barbell formation, like Neptune and Aries, Saturn and Aries, Pluto and Aquarius, Uranus and Gemini. Like these are kids that are gonna be very intelligent, very smart. They're also gonna be very socially oriented. They're going to be very social justice oriented. They're going to be very much about independence and personal power. And and this is why, look at Mom Donnie. What is he? He's a Libra, right? He's a Libra. Um, with Leo rising, Saturn and Aquarius, but Libra. Libra Sun, Saturn Aquarius, right? So we start talking about the air signs. The air signs are the signs that have a lot to do with changing the social fabric of the world. They're very politically inclined. Libra is a sign of the lawyer. You know what I mean? Aquarius is a sign of the revolution, the sign of community groups and gatherings. Gemini is a sign of social media, but it's also the sign of your neighbors in your neighborhood. So like community local gatherings, like when you're doing an event at the park, you know what I mean, for 4th of July, that's Gemini, right? So, they're very much afraid. The powers that be are very, very much afraid of the kids that are being born today, but also they're afraid of certain generations. They're very much afraid of the Pluto and Scorpio generation because the Pluto and Scorpio generation is very, very powerful. And they don't in the Pluto and Scorpio generation, they detect bullshit, They can see through bullshit. They can see through manipulation, they can see through government schemes. So that's why they're very afraid of their that's why they're experimenting on the populace. They're trying to see what works in terms of controlling us. And all their experimentations that they've been doing since, if you're in the States since 2016, they're like not working. They're not working, they're not working, which is why they keep having have it's which is why they have to keep trying different things, you know? Someone said I'm trying to bring you back. Yeah, sorry, let's get back. So this whole conversation started with Mars and Cancer. Well, yeah, and then people were asking questions and I decided to answer them. But yeah, Mars and Cancer, when Mars goes into Cancer this month, um, there's going to be an increase in kind of like emotional volatility. Also, issues of property and real estate are going to be a theme, especially as Mars comes into square Saturn retrograde in Aries. Um, I do think we're going to see things around foreclosure and around the housing crisis and around, debt, debt issues, or the real estate bubble could really show inclinations of like popping or being on the verge of popping or something. So that's something else that we would just want to be mindful of with Mars going into Cancer. Another thing is Mars going to Cancer is gonna light up the chart of the United States, you know. So that's something that we got to be mindful of. The United States has a Cancer stellium, and so Mars going into Cancer, going over all of the United States Cancer placements, is probably going to bring some conflict and some issues. And then it's also in combination with the eclipses that are happening in Leo and Leo and well, we have an eclipse in Leo, and then we have an eclipse in Pisces on the 27th. The eclipse in Leo is on the 12th, and the eclipse in Pisces is going to be on the 27th, right? So, but anyways, all right, let's go ahead and dive in. Let's go ahead. What's the thing that I wanted to talk about first? Hold on. Let me just take a quick glance at the weekly astrology. Okay, I think we're going to talk about Venus and Libra first. Venus and Libra. I'm looking to see what planets change. Venus goes into Libra, Mercury goes into Leo on Sunday. Okay, so yeah, so we'll talk about Venus and Libra, and we'll talk about Mercury and Leo. Okay, let me write this down. Hold on. In Libra, and then Mercury and Leo, and then Eclipse Season Preview because I really want to do that as well. So we'll do a little clip. We'll do a little bit on the eclipse season. And Let me see if there's anything else that's notable. Chiron goes retrograde? Chiron just retrograded? Oh, yeah. Chiron retrograde. Yeah. Chiron retrograded. He's stationed. Yeah, he stations today. And then by tomorrow, he's retrograde. Yeah. So, yes. So, yeah, Chiron, he starts his retrograde, stations today, and then he goes retrograde by tomorrow the 4th. So, let me do Chiron retrograde as well. Chiron RX in Taurus. Okay. All right, let's start off with Venus and Libra first. All right. Dang, we've already been here an hour. See, this is why I just be spouting. I just be, I'm over here talking. And well, I hope you guys gained something from the last hour and a half that we were just kind of talking about random stuff. That was meant to kind of be a little bit of a weekly overview, but it's okay. All right, so we're starting this. Let me look at the time here. It's about an hour and 15 minutes in. Okay. It was education. You took a bunch of notes. Cool, love it. Okay. I personally like learning for the sake of learning. Yeah. Cool. All right, let's talk about Venus and Libra. So, if you are a cardinal sign, if you have your sun, moon, or rising in Capricorn, Cancer, Aries, or Libra, Venus and Libra is going to be a very important transit for you. The reason why we like Venus in Libra is because she is in her rulership. Okay. Another thing that we got to keep in mind is she's slowing down to retrograde. So Venus, she's getting to the point where she is at maximum elongation from the sun, and come end of October, I believe, going into November, she is going to retrograde. And so this Venus and Libra transit is kind of important because whatever matters we go through, well, Venus is in Libra starting this week, can actually come back to haunt us, or they can echo when Venus goes retrograde in October. So it does look like Venus is going to go to about 8 degrees Scorpio, and then she starts retrograding at 8 degrees Scorpio, and then she's going to come for 40 days. She's going to be retrograde. So that's where 40 days, 40 nights comes from, in case you didn't know. The whole 40 days, 40 nights thing is connected to Venus because that's how long she retrogrades. She's going to go all the way back to, looks like 22 degrees, around 22 degrees of Libra come November 15th. So because this Venus and Libra transit is tied to a Venus retrograde, which only happens once every other year typically, um, this Venus in Libra transit is kind of extra important. It's kind of extra special, and it's also kind of extra karmic. Let me explain. So I do think this Venus in Libra transit, because it's tied to Venus retrograde, it's going to amplify Venusian matters even more, right? The other thing that we also got to remember is Venus is in her rulership in Libra, and then she goes into detriment in Scorpio. So during her retrograde, Venus, she is like strong in Libra. She starts retrograding in Scorpio where she's weak. She goes back into Libra where she's strong, and she goes direct, and then she progresses into Scorpio where she's weak. So this kind of dance that Venus is doing between Libra and Scorpio, these are signs that have a lot to do with trust and loyalty and devotion and commitment. These are signs that have a lot to do with betrayal and secrecy in relationships. And these are also signs that kind of get us to move or get us to take action when it comes to love relational matters. Venus in Libra is going to be important for cardinal signs, where the Venus retrograde in Scorpio and Venus in Scorpio is going to be important for fixed signs. The reason why we get this, why we say like oh yeah, Venus in Libra is going to be important for cardinal signs, or Venus in Scorpio is going to be important for fixed signs. Is because the Venus, when she's going through Libra, she's squaring Cancer in Capricorn, and she's opposing Aries, and she's conjoining Libra, right? So it's the aspect of the opposition, the conjunction, and the square that makes the transit in of itself important to those particular signs. Squares, oppositions, and conjunctions in transit, they activate things. They physically manifest the situations in our life. They initiate us into action. They challenge us through an opposition. A conflict will show up, some kind of tension point. Something will usually happen when we are experiencing a square opposition or conjunction in transit from a planet that is very tangible, it's very physical, it's very in our face. And it could be good or it could be bad. It could go either way, sometimes, like for instance, we have Venus moving into Libra this week, where she's going to be at. Let me actually take a look and I'll give you guys the dates. Hold on. I'll give you guys the dates of this. August 6th to September 10th. Let me write this down. September 10th. 0910. So she's going to be there for pretty much a month. Okay. Pretty much 4 weeks. But so we're going to have a point where Venus is going to oppose Saturn during her transit in Libra. And this Venus opposite Saturn is going to be a divorce point for some people. Some people are like, I'm filing for divorce. I'm getting the paperwork submitted, like, oh, I'm taking him back to court, he's making more money. He got a new job. He's making more money. So I'm taking him back to court so I can up that alimony. I'm taking him back to court so I can up that child support. Okay, literally, that's what's gonna happen with Venus opposite Saturn. But also, right, this is a marriage point for some people. Venus opposite Saturn is also about engagement. It's about marriage. It's also about business partnerships and business transactions. So what we're going to see with Venus and Libra making a sign-based opposition to Saturn is a lot of people are going to be going to business partnership, thinking about forming a business partnership. Because Saturn is retrograde, there's also going to be people restructuring their business, restructuring their advertising, restructuring the way they market. So if you are someone that is a business owner, right, and you're feeling like, hey, I want to beautify, I want to change something with my business with Venus and Libra. I want to redecorate my website. I want to change the color scheme of my website. I want to do more partnerships. I want to partner with someone who's also in my industry, or maybe they're in opposing but complementary industry, right? These are things that we should be very open and very receptive to. Okay. Um, I'm going to tell you guys right now when Venus is going to oppose Saturn. Let me actually go back. Let's go back a little. Okay. Oh, so it's going to be right here. It's going to be on August 21st. We have Saturn at 14 and Venus at 14 Libra, or Venus at 14 Libra, Saturn at 14 Aries. And so August 21st is going to be like a breaking point for cardinal signs with love, relationship, business, or it's going to be a formation and a creation point. All right, we're launching this business, we're doing this business partnership, we're going ahead and refinancing our property. That's another one. Saturn retrograde opposite Venus in Libra. Saturn is also associated with real estate and property. Saturn has a lot to do with long-term contracts. What are the mortgages that we usually get here in the States for those of you that get a mortgage? What is the most average termed mortgage that you get? 30-year mortgage. What planet cycles every 30 years? Saturn, right? So we can literally see in the way that mortgages happen with real estate and property here in the States, especially, that real estate is intimately tied to Saturn. So with Venus opposing Saturn retrograde, this can literally be like, hey, I need to refinance my loan, my home loan. I want to do a remodel, or I want to go ahead and borrow against my equity. I want to go ahead and get a HELOC going or something because I have I want to start a business, or I have some, I want to pay for my kids' education. So these are things that, to look out for, or think about when it comes to Venus in Libra and making the sign-based opposition to Saturn. What is changing around the structures of our relationship? What is changing around the structures of business? For those of us that are independent business owners, how do you need to shift or change something, or how are you being encouraged to shift or change something in the way that you engage in business, right? This could also be about engagement, though. A lot of people get engaged during a Venus Saturn opposition, they get married, right? Saturn and Venus, they love each other. These planets, they are friends when it comes to Vedic or Eastern astrology. These planets, I always think of the Venus and Saturn relationship. I think about it as the sugar baby relationships, the beautiful woman with the older man that has money. So Saturn is the older man with money, and Venus is the young, beautiful woman. You know what I mean? I always think about Saturn-Venus relationship is also the trophy wife. So the man that's very successful, that has money, that marries the really pretty woman that he like takes care of, and that's like his trophy wife. That's also Venus and Saturn. Another Venus-Saturn relationship is clients that we have with real estate and with property and with business in general. Venus is our clients and Saturn is our business, right? Saturn is also the wisdom and the expertise that we have to give people, right? There's value Venus associated with, you know, our expertise, our career, things like this, right? Some of you may need to get a lawyer. Venus and Libra, opposite Saturn and Aries, may show you, hey, and with the combination of Jupiter and Leo, hey, I got a court case coming up. Hey, there's a legal matter. Hey, someone wants to take me to court, or I need to take someone to court. So Venus and Libra transit could literally be like, hey, you need a lawyer, okay? So that could also be something that manifests, right? It all depends on how it's hitting our chart. But I just want to give you guys a few ideas or a few potential ways to think about this transit. The one I do think we're gonna see a lot of ceremony and celebration with Venus and Libra, though. I think we're gonna see, especially like towards the middle end of Leo season, I think we're gonna see some really um cool, interesting, opportunistic stuff um with Venus, because Jupiter is going to make a sextile to Venus around August, the week of like August 14th going into like August 21st, when Venus hits this opposition with Saturn. She's going to be make Venus is she forms a sextile with Jupiter, and then she separates from the sextile. And I think this is going to be really beneficial and really positive for money and for business. If you put Libra and Venus on the rising, if you put Libra on the rising with Venus there, you get Jupiter in the 11th house. And you guys, I don't know if you guys have seen me talk about 11th house Jupiter, but 11th house is the house of gains. It has a lot to do with opportunities, with making money in various different ways. And this is why I love 11th house people, because 11th house people, and I've seen this I've seen this with clients. They're writing a book, and they have this business over here, and they have this business partnership over here, and they're doing this podcast, and then they have their real estate investment that they're renting out something. It's like they're making money in all these different ways, and it's usually because of the people that they're connected to. They went into business with this friend, and they have this friend that got them into this business where they have working with these clients, right? And so that's what the 11th house has everything to do. It has everything to do with how we receive opportunity and abundance through the communities that we flow in, through the friendships that we have, through the people that we engage. And this is also why social groups and things like clubs, things like, fraternities and sororities are so beneficial, and they're wonderful, especially if you have 11th house, 12th house, or 11th house, 5th house placements. You should join clubs. You should be a part of a fraternity. You should be a part of a sorority, because I'm gonna tell you that group is gonna be the gift that keeps on giving. You're gonna have career opportunities, you're gonna have advancement opportunities, you're gonna have money making opportunities that will show up through these people. And these are opportunities that come in through the back door. No one else has access to this, because why? You know them. They give you a personal referral. They're like, hey, you know what? Go ahead and apply for this job. Here's the number for the job that you can type in, right? Where you can pull up the, what is it? You pull up the there's a word for it that I can't think of, but it's like you pull up the registry, you pull up the application or the ability to apply to that job, but you only have access to it, right? You're the only one applying to that job. You're going through the back door. That's an 11th house thing, right? So I think with Jupiter in the 11th for with Jupiter in the 11th to Venus in the Venus in Libra, if you put Venus in the rising, I think it's going to be really beneficial. I think we're going to see a lot of opportunities come in August for people with Venus in Libra. I think Venus in Libra is going to bring opportunities through friendships, through community, through social engagement. Also, there could be people like or opportunities that come in through online. You never know. You never know where an opportunity or where something magical will come through. And with Venus and Libra sextile this Jupiter in Leo in the 11th place from it, I do think it's going to be online friends, community groups, clubs that we're a part of. That's where we're going to get a lot of opportunity and stuff like this. If you are a hold on, let me before I speak on this. If you're an Earth sign rising, if you're a Libra, Taurus, Capricorn, or a Virgo rising, Venus and Libra could bring in a new job or new work for you because Venus is going to be transiting your second, sixth, or 10th house axis if you are an Earth sign rising. I will say Earth sign risings, um, this Saturn could be trying to show you guys that you need to pivot when it comes to like the way that you're spending money, you're doing like work, career stuff. If you are a Taurus, Capricorn, or a Virgo rising, or even like you have your sun moon there, this could be a time where you have to really think about work and career stuff and how you're going to make money, and you may have to pivot. Okay. And Venus and Libra could show you the way, though. Venus and Libra could help you out with kind of figuring that out. Like, where are you supposed to be working? What types of people should you be partnering with? What types of clients should you have? Venus and Libra can give you clarity with that or can bring in some positive, good stuff. Okay. Yeah. So I like the Venus and Libra transit for the most part. But I will say, as Venus approaches Saturn towards, as we build up towards August 21st, this is right in between eclipses that we're going to have a Saturn Venus opposition. Expect a certain amount of drama or crisis with relationships, especially if you're a cardinal sign. If you have Cancer, Capricorn, Aries, Libra, if you're a Libra, Aries, you have Pluto in Libra, you have your Sun, Saturn, Moon in Libra, Aries. This Venus and Libra opposite Saturn and Aries, I will tell you right now, it's going to check your relationship life. It's going to show you whether or not these people that you're connected to are really about you or really love you or willing to commit and be loyal. And, I always think of Saturn Venus oppositions as a testing point when it comes to relationships, where Saturn is coming in to apply pressure to the Venusian experience or to our relationships to see if they're authentic, to see if they're true, to see if they're foolproof, to see if they're resilient. Sometimes a Venus Saturn transit will literally bring up drama, crisis, betrayal, a third party situation. And Saturn is asking, okay, how are we going to move past this? How are we going to forgive? Are we able to forgive, right? Are they honoring my boundaries, right? If the boundaries keep getting overstepped, if there's no container, there's no safe space for the relationship, if they're not willing to follow the rules, then maybe this isn't for us, right? So I just want you guys to prepare for that, to think about that with Venus transiting Libra as of August 6th of this week until September 10th. And this is going to be something we talk about again. Because why? Venus, she goes into Scorpio on September 10th. She's going to start her retrograde, right? And then she's going to 40 days and 40 nights. She's going to be retrograde starting in Scorpio at 8. She's going to go back into Libra. And then she's going to go back into Scorpio. So we're going to have this Venus thing happening between Libra and Scorpio pretty much until the end of the year. Okay, pretty much until the end of the year. So, and it starts on the 6th with Venus going into Libra. Someone said Cap Sun in Saturn Aries. If you are okay, if you're a Capricorn or a Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, you have a stellium there. Venus is transiting your 10th or your fourth house axis. So this is going to be more about career, forward direction, your public image, your public reputation. It's going to be more about home, family. This is the axis of your mother and your father. This is the axis of the future and the past. It's going to be about stability or living situation, possibly. There might be, I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be some folks that have their moon that have their moon or their rising in Capricorn and Cancer. There's gonna be some of you that have this. You have your moon or your rising in Capricorn and Cancer, and the Venus and Libra opposite Saturn and Aries is literally gonna be like a boss getting fired. Your the corporation, the business you work for is going to get bought out. There's going to be an announcement if you're renting, maybe that your landlord is selling the property. Oh, you're selling the property. You got to move. Saturn's like, okay, you can't be here no more. You got to move, you know? So just be on the lookout for that. Okay. Gemini, I'm gonna be honest. Gemini and Sag, Sun, Moon, and Rising. This is your time. This is your time. Okay. You guys are having the third house, ninth house activation with Jupiter and Leo and with the nodes. The nodes and Jupiter and Leo are activating your third house, ninth house access. Okay. Gemini has Libra in the fifth house. Sagittarius has Libra in the 11th house. Is that right? Yes. Libra, Scorpio, Sag. Yes, that's right. I was like, wait a minute. I had to make sure that was correct. So Venus and Libra for you guys is about love and friendships. You know, if you're a Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, the 11th house, fifth house axis, this is about friends, love, romance, fun, going out there, expressing yourself, dancing on the tabletops, you know, like this is really good for you guys. It's really good for you guys. Same thing with Leo Rising. Leo Rising, this is really good for you guys, you know? You guys need to be going out, making friends, mingling, socializing, putting your creativity on display. You know, the fire signs, Earth and air signs, you guys are really benefiting from this energy. You know, Venus and Libra combined with Jupiter and Leo and the nodes going to Leo and Aquarius. This is a very positive thing for fire and air signs. You know, this should be the time that you guys are really pushing yourself out in the world. You're really investing in those quality relationships. And you're partnering with others to get those ideas that you have going, you know. I also think that this is the time where a lot of fire signs need to be making social contact with people. So like putting in applications, telling people what you want, you know, reaching out to old maybe coworkers or bosses that you have, right? To see if there's opportunity for you if you want some kind of change. I think you're gonna see a lot of I think we're gonna see a lot of reward and recognition for Leo for fire and air signs. But yeah, but you know, but take a look at your chart. Take a look at your chart. See what house you have Libra in. See what house you have Leo in. You know, go and research what those houses mean, and then you know, so you can start learning and kind of understanding your chart and working with your chart regularly. You know, the best way to learn astrology is to work with your chart. Just the way the best way to learn tarot cards is to pull a card every day for yourself. You know, like one card a day will teach you, right? One card a day over a long period of time, you will learn how to do tarot within 2 months because you'll learn all the cards, right? Every morning you pull a card for yourself. Same thing with the chart. You take a look at your transit chart every day. Okay, I have Venus going to this house. Research that. What does that mean? Right? What does that say? Right? It's a great way to start using astrology for yourself or start learning astrology and start applying it regularly. Someone said on the 26th, I lost a lot of friends when Saturn retrograde started. A girl just destroyed my fake friendship. Yeah, you know, there's been a lot of there's been a lot of difficult things with relationships because of the Venus and Virgo squaring Mars and Gemini that's been in the sky. That's something that we were talking about earlier, you know. But yeah, we need to be a little mindful of this week even with Venus and Mars squaring each other. You know, Mars and Gemini has been about gossip. It's been about people saying horrible things about people. It's also been about people being very honest with actually how they feel about you and not running their words through a filter. So, you know, Mars and Gemini has been instigating a lot of issues. There's been a lot of gossip, especially because Mars is like squaring Venus and Virgo. And so there's been a lot of things around people being hypercritical and hyper judgmental of others and people kind of, you know, overstepping boundaries with things that they say. It's been like a very big theme, you know. So yeah. Someone said I look at my chart almost every day when I go to work. Yeah. In your last Venus square Mars, you talked about a neighbor crushing on me. And let's just say this weekend, he actually introduced himself and showed quite an interest. Yeah. That's Venus and Gemini, Venus and Virgo. Your workplace, Mars and Gemini, your neighbor, a man, you know, someone that you're seeing every day. So the Venus and Virgo, Mars and Gemini, literally, I was like, okay, this can literally be someone that has a crush on you at work or someone that has a crush on you in your neighborhood, right? Like literally how it manifests. So funny. But yeah, so Venus in Libra, from August 6th until September 10th, okay? Really good for matter. So Venus is in rulership in Libra. So I think Venus in Virgo has been destructive for relationships in general, okay? Venus in Libra is going to be healing, is going to be forgiving, is going to be rebalancing, is going to be um what do you call this? Reestablishing. Ooh, I like that word. I love that. That felt good. Venus in Libra is going to be about, especially because she's opposite Saturn and Aries, reestablishing relationship foundations for some people, reestablishing relationship rules for some people. For some, because Saturn is retrograde in Aries, Venus in Libra will be about a recommitment or will be about a resolidification or something like this with someone. Not for everybody, right? For many people, in general, we always got to remember when Venus is opposing Saturn in transit, it's either we're committing or we're breaking up. The Saturn retrograde, the Saturn retrograde element is what brings up the past, is what brings up the rebuilding, is what brings up the reconsideration, is what brings up the recommitment. And if Saturn was going direct, if Saturn was direct during this transit, it'd be a very different story. But because Saturn is backwards, he's going backwards, he's reflecting, he's moving back, right? There's this energy of commitments of the past, contracts of the past, long-term things of the past, or even the rupturing and the breaking of contracts. And that's a big thing that happens during Saturn retrograde. A lot of times when Saturn retrograde, especially in the beginning, like the first week or two of his retrograde, we will we will remove ourselves or we will cancel a long-term contract. So, and this could be a very simple thing. This can be like, oh yeah, I'm not using that gym membership anymore. Let me go ahead and cancel that gym membership. Oh yeah, I'm not using I'm not using my cable anymore. I'm not watching as much TV, or I'm not watching that program anymore, or that, channel anymore. So let me go ahead and cancel my subscription, right? It could simply be about that. Sometimes we expect transits or we expect things that are happening in the chart to be like, oh my God, this is going to change your whole life. Oh my God, this is going to be like this big thing. And then it actually manifests, and all that transit is you getting your car washed. Right? All that transit is you renewing your license, is you renewing your passport. That's all it is. It's nothing, it's not like this big epic thing that and I think we expect so much from the planet sometimes. We expect so much from astrology, like, oh, the astrology is going to change my entire life around. Actually, no. If we look at our actual lived experience and the way the astrology manifests, sometimes really big transits will manifest as really small things in our lives. And it's funny because we put so much on the planets, we put so much expectation. Like, oh, this is going to change my life. And oh, this is, no, baby, that Mars transit, all that was a stub toe for you. All that was a dentist visit for you. That's all it was. Wasn't anything bigger. Like sometimes that's what it is, right? So I just we always got to look for the manifestations, and I think when we really become adept at astrology, we can see it happening in real time always, because the astrology is always manifesting somewhere. The astrology is manifesting something. It's doing something always. But it's our inability to see it though. That's usually what the issue is. It's not that the astrology isn't making sense. It's that we're not connecting the dots. We're not able to see it. We're not putting together the story. We're not putting together what the planets are telling us. We're not seeing the story that they're creating in our life. And that's one of the things that I'm really good at, and that's one of the things I think great astrologers are good at. They're good at tying the astrology of the moment and tying someone's transits to their chart and to their lived experience. And that's a skill. That's like a particular talent that people have. That's only something you can learn through experience, right? I think, in my opinion. I don't think you can learn that by studying. I think you have to work with people and work with charts to really to really see how they're manifesting and showing up in people's lives. So anyways, yeah, so with Venus, opposing Saturn by sign, I think it's important that we, keep in mind with this Venus and Libra transit starting this week, like what do we want from long-term commitments and connections? Would you is the person across from us, if we're dating someone especially, are they serious? Do they want something long term? You know, are they stable? Are they loyal? Do they have a career? You know, are they ambitious? And this is what Libra, Venus and Libra is looking for, right? If you think about it, Venus and Libra, they have Aries in the seventh house, right? Or Libra has Aries in the seventh. So Libra is looking for someone passionate. Libra is looking for someone ambitious. Libra is looking for someone that, you know, is strong and confident in themselves in some type of way, right? And I think when Venus is in Libra, she's asking all of us, are we connected to a partner that we feel passionate about, right? Obviously, passion, it dies, but we have to find ways to rekindle it and keep it alive in a relationship, right? Relationships get cold over time, and that's the nature of them. That's a Saturn thing, right? Saturn rules time. Saturn is exalted in Libra, the sign of relationships. At some point, your relationship is going to get boring, right? How do you sustain passion though? And I think that's what sat with Venus and Libra, opposite Saturn and Aries, is going to be asking a lot of people. Like, how do you sustain passion? How do you sustain excitement in relationships? Also, the other question is, how do you maintain your individuality in relationships? Libra is us, but Aries is me, right? And I think some of us, we get lost. We lose ourselves in relationships. We start to identify with them, right? All of a sudden, we get in a relationship and everything else in our life falls to the wayside. We're not taking care of ourselves. We're not showing up to the work, to the job, you know? Like all of a sudden, the relationship comes in to replace everything else in our life. And that's also very unhealthy and very toxic. So I also think it's important that, you know, I think this Venus and Libra transit opposing Saturn is like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Give me some space. You know, who am I outside of my relationship? How can I maintain and sustain an identity outside of my relationship with others? Right? Like, and maybe there needs to be a little bit more boundaries. I really do think that boundaries are the most important thing or one of the most important things in relationships. And that's going to become very evident as Venus builds into an opposition with Saturn. Okay. Um, when Venus does ingress into Libra this week, going into the weekend, she's gonna make an opposition to Neptune. She's got a lot going on. So Venus is ingress into Libra. Okay. It's on the 6th. So it's on Thursday. So when she gets into Libra, I don't know if that was a mosquito or what that was. That was something. Um, She is going to make a trine with Uranus and Pluto. Uranus and Gemini and Pluto and Aquarius. And this is going to invite the conversation of like social justice and equality and like all of these things. You know, I think Venus's ingress into Libra is going to bring into the global conversation things around equality and justice and fairness and like, you know, what side we're taking. And it's going to be a very political transit in the beginning for sure. But I also think more on a individual level, Venus opposite Neptune and Aries, Venus trine Uranus, Venus trine Pluto. This also tells us that in some ways, Venus and Libra trine Uranus in Gemini is like radical communication and relationships. Like, let me speak my truth. It's also a positive experience of liberating or freeing oneself from a relationship, okay? Venus in Libra trine Pluto in Aquarius, this is about the deep transformation and change that we're experiencing in relationships in a positive way, especially in the way that we relate to the group, to the collective, to our friendships. So Venus in Libra, trine Pluto in Aquarius. Do you have groups of friends or do you have friends that align with your social values, that align with your politics, that align with your sense of justice and fairness and equality, or do you not? And if you don't, maybe something needs to evolve or change in those relationships. Maybe you need to address something and talk about something. Maybe you need to bring something up. Or maybe you need to like align yourself with people that are more, you know, that are more of your level or of your vibration when it comes to your values, when it comes to your beliefs, when it comes to your politics, things like this. Okay. And then Venus opposite Neptune. I want to talk about Venus opposite Neptune because I think this is a transit. Venus, you know, when she goes into Libra and opposes Neptune and Aries, this is a transit that can bring a lot of healing and a lot of grace and a lot of forgiveness when it comes to relationships. You know, it is an opposition though, and it is Neptune and Aries. So what I will say is, you know, be practical and realistic. Don't be delusional when it comes to relationships and partnerships, as Venus goes into Libra and opposes Neptune. Because Venus and Libra opposite Neptune and Aries. For those of you that have Venus opposite Neptune or Venus aspecting Neptune, um, you can be a little delusional when it comes to love. You know that relationships can be a little. You can deceive yourself, or you can have a little bit of limerence. Sometimes Venus Neptune aspects bring limerence, delusion, fantasy, and also hopeless romanticism. Ah, my prince, you're like in love with the Disney prince. Like you're waiting for Prince Eric to rescue you. You're waiting for the beast to go ahead and put you in prison and, steal you away and hole you up and have you in a jail in his house. I don't know. Some of y'all are waiting for that. Some of y'all like that. I don't know what it is. You got trauma. You got some things to figure out. I don't know why you're into that, but hey, some of you, when you meet a bee, oh, look at how handsome he is. Oh, look at that crazy, angry, mean beast. Let me go home with him. Let me just go to his home. Oh yeah, you want to put me in jail? Oh, that's fine. Go for it. Let's do it. I don't know. You gotta look into that. You need to figure that out, okay? You need therapy. I don't know. You gotta look at that father wound. There's something going on there. I don't know. But yeah, that's a Venus Neptune thing. We can be very and overly what do you call this? Yeah, yeah, you got Stockholm, you got love Stockholm syndrome. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. That's something you might need to look into. But yeah, it's kind of like the Venus Neptune aspects, right? It's like um weak boundaries with lovers, feeling guilty all the time, internalizing things, making everything your fault. Oh, he doesn't love me because I'm not good enough, or he doesn't love me because he chose someone else, or, it's kind of like this kind of victim energy that happens with love. Neptune is also a victim. So Neptune is the martyr, Neptune is the victim, Neptune is the homeless person, Neptune is the saint, Neptune is the sinner. That's all Neptune. These are all Neptune archetypes. Neptune really loves to play victim, and Neptune will cast themselves in the role of victim in order to make love this like self-sacrificial martyr, Romeo, Juliet, that type of thing. So we got to be mindful of that with Venus and Libra opposing Neptune and Aries, okay? You are not a martyr for love. You don't need to nail yourself on the cross to be loved. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to be loved. Okay, we just got to be mindful of this. We got to be grounded and rooted. We got to look at people as they are. We got to look at things as they are. We don't want to get wrapped up in delusion. Sometimes that's what a Venus Neptune opposition can do. Okay. Also, Venus opposite Neptune brings up matters of deception in relationships sometimes, or lies or scams, especially when it comes to money, because Venus is the planet of money. So, what I will say with Venus's ingress into Libra, if you have anything at the early degrees of a cardinal sign where you're getting aspected by Neptune, like Ariana Grande is, Ariana Grande has her moon Jupiter in Libra opposing Neptune. Right now, Neptune is hitting an opposition with her moon Jupiter in Libra, so she's getting hit by this. But sometimes that could show up as like scams or deception, or sometimes that could be show up as being financially taken advantage of. Okay, so just be a little mindful of that. Okay, Neptune is a planet that scams and deceives Venus. He takes advantage of her sometimes. He steals her money. You know what I mean? He'll even cast a love spell on her. Sometimes Neptune will cast a little bit of a love spell on Venus to get what she wants. It's like, it's like the scammer lover guy. The scammer guy that's like, oh, he knows you're a nurse, he knows you have your own place, he knows you make money. So he's kind of like a little bit of a bum, and he just gets with you and tells you everything he tells you everything that you want to hear in order for him to take advantage of you, right? So you just gotta be mindful of that, okay? With Venus opposite Neptune. Romeo and Juliet again. I don't know, my love. Yeah, you gotta get yourself out of that. It's like Romeo and Juliet. Hot sex in the bed, gonna make you. Love me some. Was that Tupac? It's like Romeo and Juliet. Is that Tupac or am I wrong? I'm wrong. It's Silky. It's Silky Feet. It's definitely not Tupac. I always thought that was Tupac for some reason, but it's definitely not. All right. Anything else I wanted to say about Venus and Libra? Not really. I think we covered everything. It's gonna be a good. Okay, so I talked about Venus trine Uranus, Venus trine Pluto, and Venus opposite Neptune in the beginning of her transit. Yeah, so I talked about that. Talked about the Venus Saturn opposition in the middle of her transit. We also talked about how Venus is going to be connected to the Venus and Libra transit is connected to the retrograde because she's going to start retrograding at the early degrees of Scorpio at the end of September, and then she's going to go all the way back into Libra, the last decan of Libra, around 22 degrees, 23 degrees of Libra. So what that means is that this Venus and Libra transit, this month, there could be some kind of echoes of it or matters associated, like whatever comes up story-wise with our Venus and Libra transit can also show up again, or there could be echoes of it during the Venus retrograde and come back around in November when Venus goes back into Libra through her retrograde and goes direct in the sign of Libra. All right, so let's move on. Let's talk about Mercury and Leo. I'm excited for Mercury and Leo. Okay, let's see where we're at. Four. It's right about an hour and 55 minutes. Let's talk about Mercury and Leo, okay? This Mercury and Leo transit, oh, thank God. Mercury's been in Cancer for way too long. And this Mercury and Leo transit is going to be kind of like a redemption for Leo. It's going to be like a redemption for Mercury, like a rebirth for Mercury in Leo. I'm gonna get you the dates right here. So Mercury's going to be in Leo from August 9th until August 22nd. So really fast. He like Oh, actually, my bad. August 25th. August 25th. So August 9th to the 25th. That's literally like 2 weeks and some change. Like Mercury is flying. He is playing no games. He's like, I gotta catch up to the sun. That's what he's doing because he came out of his retrograde, so he has to catch up to the sun. So yeah, so this Mercury and Leo transit is going to be very quick. It's going to be very, very fast. I'm really excited for Mercury and Leo because I think it's going to be a redemption and a renewal and a shift of direction with all Mercury things. It's because if you track Mercury's movement in the sky, he does this thing where he slingshots. So he retrogrades 3 times a year. So what this means is that he goes away from the sun. So this is the sun, right? He goes in front of the sun. He goes all the way back during the, and then he slows down, and then during the retrograde he goes backwards. It looks like he's going backwards. He goes to the other side of the sun, right? And then he goes direct. And then he slingshots again to the other side of the sun. And then he retrogrades again and he goes backwards. And then he goes direct and he slingshots again in front of the sun. So when Mercury goes direct in the slingshotting that happens, where he all of a sudden he has to retrace his steps and catch back up to the sun and then go on the other side of it. And then he slows down during his retrograde and he slingshots back, right? Like that is the part. That's why Mercury when he goes direct and he's going through a sign to catch back up to he goes really really fast. Like he'll be in that sign for about 2.5 weeks, sometimes it's even 2 weeks, where during his retrograde cycle he'll be retrograde in a sign for 3 weeks. He'll be sitting in that sign for 3 weeks, and then there's 2 weeks prior, and then there's 2 weeks later that he's 2 weeks before, that's the shadow period, and then 2 weeks that is the what is it, the pre-shadow and the post-shadow period, right? That was a great visual. Yeah. I was trying to like explain it to you guys so you guys can see it, because that's how I imagine it. That's how I see Mercury or any planets retro, especially Mercury and Venus, because Mercury and Venus, they're the planets on the inside of they're when it comes to right, when it comes to the sun, the planets are inside of Earth's orbit, or they're on the inside. Earth orbits outside of Mercury and Venus. Okay? So Mercury and Venus are on the inside of on the what do you they're within Earth's orbital trajectory, I guess you could say. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay, I'm not I'm an astrologer. I'm not a what do you call that? I'm not a astronomer. Okay, so but yeah, so Mercury goes into Leo on August 9th. And this is a very important ingress of Mercury because he's been sitting in Cancer for what's felt like forever. And when Mercury changes signs after a retrograde, he tends to bring new things in. He tends to initiate things, he tends to begin things, he tends to move us forward, especially with things regarding Mercury. Okay. We also got to keep in mind that this Mercury ingress into Leo is also intimately tied to the eclipse that is going to be happening also in the sign of Leo 2 days later. Okay. We have a solar eclipse in Leo that's going to be at 19, which is a Sag degree. And it's going to have Mercury in Leo directly opposite Pluto in Aquarius. So the very interesting that we have some very interesting astrology next week, actually. Next week is going to be a very pivotal week when it comes to astrology because it's the opening, this Leo solar eclipse next week is the opening eclipse that's kind of putting us into the Leo Aquarius eclipse cycle. It's kind of initiating us. It's kind of introducing us to the Leo Aquarius eclipse cycle. And it's also the transitional eclipse season. So this is the eclipse season that, we're coming into that is going to move us away from the Pisces Virgo eclipse and it kind of pushes us into the Leo and Aquarius eclipses that are going to be coming up for the next 18 months. So what this means is that this Mercury ingress into Leo that's tied to the eclipse in Leo, it's also telling us that there's something in our story that's changing. There's something in our daily routine that's changing. There's something about a job, about our behaviors, that our habits that need to evolve, that need to change. And the Mercury retrograde in Cancer was showing us kind of how we have certain patterns, habits, routines, whatever, that are kind of rooted in comfort or security, or that are rooted in um, family patterns. So let's say there's addictive patterns that run in the family. The Mercury retrograde in Cancer made you very aware of those addictive patterns, and so now that Mercury is going into Leo tied to the eclipse opposing Pluto and Aquarius upon his ingress into Leo, there's something that needs to be purged or transformed or changed associated with the habits, the patterns, behaviors, whatever, that could be ancestral in nature, that Mercury in Cancer showed us and that the Mercury retrograde in Cancer showed us, right? So I think Mercury in Leo is going to be really good though, in general. All right. Even though it's going to be it's like the transformation point and the action point. I think it's going to bring like good things in. So what I'm looking at August 12th, which is the solar eclipse in Leo next week. I'm looking at Mercury at 5. I'm looking at Mercury sextiling Venus at 5 Libra. I'm looking at Mercury sextiling Uranus in Gemini at 5. I'm looking at Mercury opposite Pluto in Aquarius, who's at 3. And I'm also looking at Mercury in Leo trining Neptune in Aries at 4. So, and when Mercury goes into Leo, he activates Uranus, he activates Neptune, he activates Pluto, and then also Venus is going to be activated. And these are all positive, harmonious aspects. Mercury is sextiling Venus. Mercury is trining Neptune. Mercury is, other than the opposition that he's making with Pluto, I think that's going to be a hard one. But Mercury is also sextiling Uranus, right? He's also squaring Chiron in Taurus. So I'll talk a little bit about that. But what this kind of looks like is we're going in new directions with work and career. You know, Another thing I will say is that with Mercury's ingress into Leo, there's going to be big announcements from corporations, bosses, and leaders of restructuring when it comes to business. This solar eclipse in Leo as well. I'll talk about it again next week. We're going to see some bosses, leaders stepping down. I think this solar eclipse is going to be difficult or hard for those that are in management positions or in leadership positions. I think we're going to see consolidation around leadership departments. I also think that we're going to see certain hierarchical positions in leadership disappear altogether, right? So you might have a district manager and then you might have a regional manager, and one of those, either the district manager or the regional manager, they're going. Their position is gone. Their position is being vacated, okay, or disappearing. So, and consolidated. So I just want to let y'all know, look out for that, okay? Especially if you are someone that's in a leadership position or you work in leadership. And if you have been hearing a lot about, let's say there's been whispers in your company that, hey, things are evolving, things are changing, we have some big announcements coming up, come August and September. If it's hitting your chart specifically, you're being aspected by the eclipse in some type of way, just be mindful, okay? Hold on, let me fix this because I don't know what's happening here. I have a little towel that I sit on because this chair to me is a little uncomfortable. So it gives me a little extra layer. Gives me a little extra layer. Yeah, this isn't my gamer chair. I have a really nice gamer chair but it's so bulky and it's comfortable, but it's so bulky. The voice, I know. You're always gonna hear me like using little voices and stuff. I'm very performative. I'm very like I have a lot of like I have Sun conjunct Mercury, so I'm like a mimic. I'm like a mime. Like, I love to play with voices. I love to play with vocal inflection, I'm a very wordy person as well. You'll always notice the way that I speak. There's something very particular with the words that I use, the way that I speak. It's because I have Sun conjunct Mercury. I'm a Mercury person. Mercury's a planet of speech and, enunciation and things like this. The way that I talk, it's just something that's part of me. You know what I mean? But I love like playing with voices. I love playing with voices. That's like one of my favorite things to do. So, anyways, yeah. So Mercury's ingress into Leo. I will say we're gonna see a lot of opportunity. And I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if you are someone that's looking for a job or you're trying to make a career change, I do think that this can be very beneficial for you. I do feel with Mercury trining sextiling Uranus and trining sextiling Uranus, sextiling Venus, and trining Neptune, I feel like there's people changing industries. I feel like there's people doing work or doing jobs that are totally different and foreign to them, that is like something new and something unique. And I do think that we're going to see a lot of positive movement with jobs with Mercury and Leo. Okay. Especially as Mercury comes in to conjoin Jupiter. There's going to be big announcements and big celebrations with Mercury coming in to conjoin Jupiter. So we do have a Mercury Jupiter conjunction that's going to be happening a few days after the eclipse. It's going to be on Saturday, August 15th. Yeah. So, so that week after the 15th, so it's going to be the week of the 17th to the 21st. There could be some really positive movement, some really good news. We may also see people getting promoted or getting leadership positions. The eclipse will bring up themes of loss when it comes to certain jobs, but there's also this energy of promotion and opportunity and kind of expansion and like doing something new or doing something different. Okay. And stuff like this. Also, this is the age of the entrepreneur. So if you are someone that's been thinking about starting your own business or you want to, go into partnership with someone, you kind of want to get into more consultation work or get into more, where you are a contractor or something, you might want to seriously consider that, okay? And these transits at this time could be showing you that, hey, you know what, maybe working for others is not the thing, right? So I just want you guys to keep that in mind, okay? We're going to see people making big choices and big decisions with Mercury and Leo, final choices, final decisions, stuff like this. Oh, this is what I'm going to do. This is where I'm going to go. This is my final choice, my final decision on the matter. Especially as Mercury is going to the middle degrees of Leo, which is going to be around August 20th, it looks like, because he's in a trine Saturn. So when Mercury separates from Jupiter, he moves into a trine with Saturn. Actually, let me give you the dates here. We have Mercury trine Saturn on, the 17th of August. So that's right as Venus is coming into oppose Saturn too, a few like 4 or 5 days later. So it seems like we have Mercury and Venus talking to each other in a very positive way. We also have Jupiter and Venus talking to each other in a very positive way. So as Jupiter is coming into sextile Venus, Mercury is also, Mercury came into sextile Venus and then he's separating from that sextile. So we have these beautiful Jupiter Venus or Jupiter Venus and Mercury Venus sextiles that are happening this month, which I really like. I think this is good for relationships and partnerships. I think this is good for conversations with bosses and leaders. I think this is good for promotion. I think this is also good for asking for raises or asking for additional opportunities if you're at current jobs. So I think there's a lot to look forward to when it comes to that. Okay. Um, One thing to keep in mind though, with Mercury in Leo opposing Pluto and Aquarius, especially with Mercury's initial ingress into Leo and his opposition to Pluto that we're going to feel this weekend going into next week, Mercury opposite Pluto can bring hidden secret information to the surface. It can also trigger obsessive compulsive habits or behaviors. Sometimes experiences of betrayal or deception can come up when Mercury opposes Pluto, secrets, things like this, things that were hidden, things that we want to know about. So if you are someone that, let's say you're curious about something, let's say you want to know something, ask Mercury to bring that information to you or ask Mercury to reveal the truth to you. And then what you may find is that as Mercury goes into Leo and forms in opposition with Pluto, Mercury will give you what you're looking for. Mercury will tell you the secret. Mercury will go ahead and bring an element, will bring the information into your life in some way, and he'll give you clarity, But we gotta ask, we gotta petition. Petitioning the planets and working with the planets is a very healthy thing. So August 11th, Tuesday, August 11th is the day that Mercury forms a direct opposition with Pluto. So that's not this week, but that's next week, next Tuesday, and yeah. Also, that's the same day that Venus opposes Neptune. So we have Mercury opposite Pluto, Venus opposite Neptune on Tuesday the 11th. Not everything may be as it seems, okay, on that day, right? So you want to go ahead and be mindful of what is happening in the realm of relationships and communication early next week, okay? What does it mean to petition a planet? To petition a planet is to ask it for help or support or guidance. So petitioning is something that comes more from like Christian theology, we petition God. Prayer is a form of petition when you're asking for something from the divine or spirit, right? Or you're asking for help, support, whatever. That's petitioning, right? So petitioning the planets can be simply praying to them, writing, you could write them a letter, a lot of people do that. They write letters to the planets, or they have a manifestation journal where they're working with a particular planet to ask it to do something for it, right? It all depends on your cosmology, what is your relationship with the planets? Like I have a very particular cosmology in my understanding of the planets. The planets are the gods to me, okay? And the planets are all doing God's work. And every planet has been given a certain element of the human experience that it has rulership over, right? So Mercury is the god of writing. Mercury is the god of, commerce, right? Mercury is the god of, he's the merchant. He has a lot to do with communication, teaching, and learning, right? So, and information. So if we want to petition, if we want information or clarity about something, we can ask Mercury to help us with that. You can can I ask Saturn to leave me alone? Yeah, you can, Whether or not Saturn is listening is another thing. You know, Saturn is so what's so interesting about Saturn and what I've read about like his energy and his rays is he only listens to himself. So Saturn, he emits his rays, but he receives no information or no feedback from other planets or anything else. So Saturn being the farthest planet from Earth, he receives information from everything external to external to our solar system. So he has everything to do with everything outside of the bounds of our reality. But when it comes to actual exchange and engagement with him internally or within our own planetary ecosystem, he's silent. He has nothing to say. And he doesn't reciprocate. you know, you can petition to Saturn though. You can ask him for help and support, but you got to understand that Saturn is a planet that is kind of he's kind of cold and mean a little bit, He could be a little strict and he could be a little, I know you don't like it, baby, but that's what's best for you, you know? That's kind of how Saturn is sometimes. So yeah, all right. But yeah, Mercury and Leo, really good for air signs, fire signs, especially. I think you guys can really benefit from this Mercury and Leo transit. It's a quick one. You want to take advantage of it. Mercury and Leo is also really great for creative work, for launching any kind of creative work. If as Mercury comes into Jupiter, if you're someone that let's say you want to put a piece of writing out. Let's say you want to publish something. Let's say you want to, start performing, you want to start putting yourself on display. Mercury in Leo is great for that, Mercury Jupiter conjunction that's going to happen on Saturday, August 15th. If you want to go ahead and do a performance on Saturday the 15th, you want to do your first live, you want to go ahead and do performative art, you want to put your art on display, you want to launch something. I know it's in the middle of eclipses, but hey, this is some really good astrology. We have Mercury, Jupiter together. We have Moon, Venus, and Libra on Saturday the 15th together. This is a good day to take someone on a date. Saturday, August 15th. It's a beautiful day to go to a game, to bring someone to a game. Let's say you want to go to sports, an athletics game. It's also a good day to take someone to a really nice fancy restaurant or take them out dancing. You could really hit it home by going out dancing on Saturday, August 15th with a date. We have Moon, Venus, and Libra. We have Jupiter, Mercury together in Leo. Also, if you want to like take someone to a museum, let's say you love something, you enjoy something a lot. Like let's say you're like, oh yeah, I love cars. So I'm gonna take someone to a car museum. Oh yeah, I love art, or I love music. So I want to take them to a music museum or something like this. It's a beautiful day to demonstrate your passions and to demonstrate your knowledge and show people what you're good at or what you're interested in. And that can be something that you do with a lover or with a spouse or with a prospective lover or a spouse. Mercury, Jupiter, when Mercury and Jupiter is in the sky together, we have the planet of communication and the planet of wisdom and knowledge and like higher consciousness together, right? Mercury, Jupiter together. And people that have Mercury, Jupiter together in their chart, they tend to have a very big world view. They tend to speak very eloquently. They tend to be very educated, very smart, and they're very culturally informed on things. They also have strong opinions when it comes to politics and things like this. They make great writers, great publicists, stuff like that. Great speech writers, a lot of poets, a lot of pastors, priests, a lot of politicians. All of these, I don't know how, but all of these start with P. A lot of them have Jupiter Mercury contact. So they have Jupiter trine Mercury, they have Jupiter conjunct Mercury, they have some kind of Jupiter Mercury thing going on. Hi, they just finished the photo shoot of my home for listing. Love that for you. Love it. Oh my God, love that for you. So yeah, so really good beneficial stuff from Mercury and Leo. What I will say is people's communication could get a little bit more arrogant. Someone said, I wonder if Obama has Jupiter Mercury. Let me go look at a chart really quick, and then we're gonna move on. I'll tell you right now. I know he's a Jupiter guy though. Obama, yeah, he's a Jupiter guy. Oh, he does have Jupiter Mercury. I'm on it. He has Jupiter opposite Mercury. He has Jupiter in Aquarius opposite Mercury in Leo. That was a good one. Nice. I love that. Yeah, these people give speeches. These are speech givers. Yeah. He has he has Jupiter in Aquarius at 0 degrees, opposite Mercury and Leo at 2 degrees. So he has Jupiter Mercury opposition. Yeah. And that's what we see with people that have Jupiter Mercury contact. They are great orators, they're great speakers. They also write big novels. These are people that write huge stories or tomes. It's like Lord of the Rings. Like they'll have like a whole three-part a fantasy series, or like a whole well-developed story or narrative, especially when they become writers. Jupiter Mercury contact does that. It amplifies all of Mercury's significations. There's been a lot of people saying this with the Orange Man. There's been a lot of people saying that, it's likely that this eclipse can take him out. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to be very honest. It's a possibility. Okay. It's a possibility. The Pluto and Leo generation, we're going to see a lot of them go with the eclipses in Leo and Aquarius. The South Node takes. So the South Node weakens, it takes, it brings ending. The South Node also releases us from our carnal body. The South Node frees us from the material world. And sometimes that liberation from the material world is literally about freeing the soul from the body. And we're going to see a lot of the Pluto and Leo generation pass away with the South Node going into Leo. I'm just going to prepare you guys for this right now. I'm going to be very honest with you when I say this. You're going to see a lot of the Pluto and Leo generation pass away. Okay. Also, those that have Uranus and Leo, stuff like that. Um, Other Leo placements, Pluto and Leo, Uranus and Leo, Saturn and Leo. We're going to see a lot of these people kind of go through health issues or health problems. They're going to go through a little bit of, some challenging experiences. The South Node is a very challenging uh thing, the South Node weakens, but it's also nice. The South Node also karmically aligns us. It also frees us. It also, it's really good for spiritual evolution, for spiritual advancement. It's also really good for intuitive activation. A lot of people become more psychic or become more intuitive when the South Node is going over their moon or their sun or their Mercury, or the South Node is going over their rising sign. Okay, and that's what it's a huge transit for spiritual intuitive activation. Also, a lot of times when the South Node is impacting us in a positive way, we go into isolation. We go through a spiritual awakening, and we no longer want to like hang out with the friends. We no longer want to be out in the world. Like, we want to keep to ourselves, and we kind of want to figure out who we are and what we want outside of the material world, outside of the expectations of others, right? So the South Node is also incredibly rewarding, especially for those of you that are on a spiritual journey, or that you want to activate your intuition, or you want to be closer to God and closer to the divine. The South Node is wonderful for that. That's what the South Node is about. So, and this is the thing that Jupiter and the South Node have in common. Jupiter and the South Node, they both have everything to do with spirituality and morals and righteousness and truth and like benevolence, helping of people, being of service to the community, being of service to others. That's where Jupiter and the South Node overlap. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. But yeah, we're gonna see some of the elderly, those with Pluto and Leo for sure. They're gonna be either having a health crisis or they're gonna be passing away. Mercury sextile Saturn and Uranus. Is that something that you have? Or is that something that you're just talking about in general? Because yeah, Mercury and Leo is going to sextile Uranus and Gemini, but Mercury and Leo is going to trine Saturn and Aries. So the Mercury Saturn trine is actually really good for establishing things, for like serious. That's what I was saying. When Mercury hits 14 Leo and trine Saturn, that's going to be a really good transit for serious decision making and people kind of forming contracts and people yeah, so this is going to be on August 17th. This is a Monday. That's when Mercury is going to trine Saturn. Really good day. So that might be so literally on Monday, August 17th, and the few days after it, that can literally be people signing a new contract for something. So, they're signing a contract for a job, they're signing a new lease, they're signing for the purchase of a car, they're going to a government institution to renew something or to process some kind of paperwork, but it could be like a very positive thing because it's trying, you know? So, so yeah, so that's something to look out for. Mercury trine Saturn on August 17th. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this Mercury transit in Leo. I think it's going to be positive because it's co-present with Jupiter. It's making these beautiful sextiles and trines to Neptune and to Saturn and to Uranus. It is opposing Pluto. That's the hard piece. That's the transformation piece. That's there's something that we're releasing or purging associated with Mercury. That could be the drama piece. That could be the secret, the deception that comes to the surface initially when Mercury goes into Leo. But overall, I'm really enjoying the rest of the from what I've seen so far, or what I've noticed. I'm really enjoying, or I'm looking forward to what Mercury is going to be doing in the lives of people with him going into Leo. Because the Mercury in Cancer transit, Mercury retrograde was messy. It was very, very messy. And Mercury in Leo is getting support of Jupiter, and he's getting the support of Saturn. Which is good. So Mercury being, in the same sign as Jupiter, getting a trine from Saturn. This is really good. These planets are supporting Mercury. They're helping, and also Venus sextiling Mercury, right? In the beginning of the transit is also really good. So, Mercury is being supported. Mercury is being supported by Venus, by Jupiter, by Saturn. These are really good placements, or really good aspects that other planets are making to Mercury. So I enjoy that. I think that's great. Okay. All right. Let me drink some water. All right. 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11. Okay, so it's about 2.5 hours in. That's okay though. It's fine. My Mondays are for you guys. My Mondays are for this. The next thing I want to do a little bit of eclipse season preview. Okay, we're not going to spend too much time on this because I'm going to go deeper on the eclipses. I am gonna talk about the solar eclipse in Leo, I believe this weekend. I'm gonna do a whole live on it, and we're gonna talk about it again during the week ahead next week. But I want to do a little bit of eclipse season preview because I want to let you guys know what to expect, and I also want to prepare the fixed signs, particularly for this eclipse cycle. So let's talk about it. The south node, the true south node has gone into Leo, and the true north node has gone into Aquarius. If you are using AstroSeek, what you'll notice is that the mean node, which is the average of the node, so the nodes kind of bounce back and forth. They're not always consistently in the same place. They kind of do this thing where, they're fluctuating. They fluctuate. They go back and forth. So, what we see on AstroSeek, especially, or a lot of websites that don't do transit that show you the planetary transits, they average out the node, and so what is shown is what's called the mean node, which is the average position of the node. So if we take a look at the charts right now, especially if you use AstroSeek, which is what I use, you'll notice that the nodes have not switched yet. They have not gone into Pisces, or I'm sorry, they haven't gone into Aquarius and Leo. Okay. But the true node, I'm sorry, the mean node actually moves into Aquarius and Leo on August 19th. Okay. From the 18th to the 19th, right? But the true node is already in Aquarius and Leo. All right. This is really important. Let's talk about the nodes a little bit. Okay. Because the nodes are responsible for the eclipses, right? Whenever there's a lunar event, and I talked about this a few weeks ago, whenever there's a full moon or a new moon within 18 degrees of the nodes, that's when we get an eclipse, right? It's a lunar eclipse when the sun and the moon are opposite each other. So that's when the sun and the moon are on opposite sides of each other and they're within 18 degrees of the nodes. That's when we're going to get a lunar eclipse. We get a solar eclipse when the sun and the moon are together. So solar eclipse is always a new moon. A lunar eclipse is always a full moon. A solar eclipse is when the sun and the moon are coming together within 18 degrees of the nodes. Okay. It could be on the north node or the south node side, right? So, because this upcoming solar eclipse in Leo is on the south node side, it's on the south node side, it's more about endings. It's more about the releasing of things. It's more about the surrender of things. It's more about the letting go of things. We are still going to see new stuff coming in through our Aquarian house, though, right? So the North Node in Aquarius is still pulling us towards something. It's still pulling something in. It's still magnetizing us towards something. It's still calling us forward in a way, right? So the way I like to explain the eclipses and a nodal transit is you're being pushed towards your north node and you're being called to step away from or purge or surrender things at the south node, right? The nodes are known as the celestial points of fate, which is the south node, and destiny, which is the north node. The north node is connected to destiny because destiny is something that we take proactive action towards. Destiny is about free will. It's about choice. It's about the way you exercise your free will. It's about the way you pursue the things that you want, what you decide to do with the powers that you've been given by the creator, by the divine, by spirit, by the independence that you've been given, the free will that you've been given. Okay. Where the south node is about fated events, things that you don't have control over, things that happen to you that you have to experience or go through that have nothing to do with your agency, that have nothing to do with your free will. It's destined. Well, it's not destined. I don't want to use that word because I don't want to confuse it with destiny in the way I just explained destiny. It's kind of fated, it's kind of written, it's scripted, it's part of your movie. All right. So the eclipses, right? Eclipse season, it really propels us into a timeline change. And the nodes, the North Node and the South Node, when they're going through Leo and Aquarius, they're looking at four signs primarily. Okay. They're looking at Leo and Aquarius, obviously, because that's where the nodes are going through, but they're also looking at the signs that they are squaring. They're looking at Taurus and Scorpio as well. And this is something that is we always got to remember when it comes to the eclipses and when it comes to the nodes. The nodal square, the signs receiving a square from the nodes and from the eclipses are going to be just as impacted as the signs that are experiencing the eclipses directly. So not only is Leo and Aquarius going to be getting hit by the eclipses, but it's also going to be those that have their sun, moon, or rising in Scorpio or Taurus, or they have their own nodes in Scorpio and Taurus. If you have your nodes in Leo, Aquarius, or Scorpio or Taurus, you are going through a nodal square, you're going through a nodal return, or you're going through a reverse nodal return. This is very important for you, these eclipse cycle, because it tells us that there's something in your life over the next 18 months, starting this month, that is going to come to an end, that's going to be removed from your life, that's going to be taken away from you, that you're going to be invited to walk away from. But then there's also going to be something new that comes into your life. Something beautiful comes to. There's going to be a new direction, a new opportunity, a new relation, something that you're being called forwards towards, something that is coming in, because the North Node wants to bring something in as well, right? So, with that being said, if you are a fixed sign, if you are Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, you have your sun, moon, and rising in these signs, you got a stellium in this sign, you have your Saturn, Jupiter in this sign, you have your nodes in this sign, you need to be mindful of what planets, what parts of your chart, what houses are getting activated by this eclipse cycle, by the axis of Leo and Aquarius. I'm going to use myself as an example, okay? I'm a Pisces rising with the Scorpio stellium in the ninth house, Pisces rising. That's my first. So I have Leo and Aquarius on the sixth house, 12th house axis, right? So for me, this is going to be about health, and it's already showing up. I'm already seeing it. All right. So this is, for me, it's about health and wellness. It's about my habits and routines. It's about my work and my job changing in some type of way. And I'm already seeing it. I have Jupiter in my sixth house. I have the South Node there. Because I am a spiritual worker, because I do spiritual work, my sixth house is lit up right now. I'm already seeing what's going on with it. I have a whole influx of clients. My following has been growing a lot. You know, Jupiter rules my 10th house of career and public image. I'm going through a Saturn trine, a Jupiter trine. So I have Jupiter in Aries and Saturn in Sag. So Jupiter in Leo and Saturn and Aries are forming a grand trine with my own natal Jupiter Saturn trine in fire signs. So I'm getting a benefit. I'm getting a boost of this. This is being good for me, right? But also there's health issues that have been showing up. Saturn retrograded into an opposition with my Mars in the eighth house, right? Jupiter in the south node are my sixth house of health and wellness. So my work is, how am I going to balance the demands of my health and the necessities that I have when it comes to my health with my work and my career growth. That's what my eclipse narrative is looking like. It's looked like that's what it's showing. That's what it's showing up as. I already see it coming. Okay, and it's going to be really evident to me when this eclipse happens. All right. So it's what you want to do is you want to take a look at, where do you have your Leo and Aquarius houses? What has been happening with those areas of your life already, right? If you're a Leo or Aquarius rising, this is your first and seventh house, right? This is your relationship life, and this your married life, and this is your yourself, your identity, your health, your body, the first house, right? If you're an Aquarius or Leo rising, you have Aquarius, Leo moon, or even sun, right? It's your family life, it's your career life, something, right? So you just want to take notice and see where is pressure already being applied? Where has there already been a little bit of drama, a little bit of crisis? What is this full moon in Aquarius cycle kind of showing you? Because the full moon in Aquarius cycle that we're in right now could be giving you a hint around what this eclipse cycle for you over the next 18 months is going to look like. Okay. Another thing that we got to keep in mind is when the nodes go into a new sign, they open up a new 18-month story or 18-month narrative. Okay. It takes the nodes about 18 months to move through a sign. And what's interesting about the nodes is that they go backwards. So when they ingress into a sign, they start at 29 degrees and they go all the way to 0 degrees. So they don't go the same direction as the planets. The nodes are usually always in retrograde. Okay, they're going in reverse to the direction of the planets. So if you have someone at the end degrees of Leo and Aquarius, or if you have something at the end degrees of Scorpio and Taurus, then you're going to be getting hit by the nodes. And this is such an important thing to look at. You always want to track when the north node or the south node is hitting one of your planets, especially by conjunction or by square. Okay. Because you will literally see the manifestation of that north node or of that south node on that planet going to work during that period. I'm going to explain. Okay. There's this guy on Instagram who is very handsome, and he ended up randomly blowing up on Instagram. Okay. Um, he is a Taurus rising with an exalted Venus in the 11th house in Pisces. And then I think he's a Taurus rising, Taurus sun. And then he has Mercury in Aries or something in the something like this. So, anyways, why am I bringing him up? Because this man went from like 2,000 followers to like 200,000 followers in the matter of 2 months, right? He ended up sharing his chart online, which is so funny. This is why I know this. As the North Node was going over his 11th house Venus, the North Node brings worldly, earthly success. The North Node expands things and brings a lot of things, right? The North Node will make you famous, will propel you into stardom. The North Node will give you a moment of fame or recognition. And he literally had this happen to him. His Instagram blew up and he got all these woman followers. I think he's at 200K, 300K, as the North Node in Pisces was going over his 11th house Venus. The 11th house is the community. The 11th house has a lot to do with social networks and online networks. The third and the 11th have everything to do with online presence and your social media following and stuff. And so it was just so fascinating to see as the North Node is going over his Venus, he exploded in popularity and he ended up having tons of followers, getting tons of followers. And they're mostly women, right? Because the North Node is going over Venus. So one of the things you always want to think about, remember when it comes to a planet transiting one of your nodes is what does that planet rule over? What is that planet about? And how is the node activating that planet? Where are you seeing it show up, right? So Miss Kennedy here said, the North Node is going through my 11th house sun. The sun is what? The father. The sun is leaders in your boss, your leader. The sun is also your children. The sun is your own confidence, your own career direction, your own way of projecting yourself out there, right? So North Node going over your sun could look like a few different things. This can look like a health issue with your father, your dad having a health issue. This can look like a fallout with your kids. This can look like a new kid coming. You can have one on the way. This can also look like a promotion at your job or at your workplace. This can look like you starting your own business. This can also look like you, what was the other thing? You stepping into a leadership position. Yeah, you stepping into more a position of authority or leadership, or I think I already said it, but you starting your own business. So it can manifest as a few, it could also manifest as like drama or crisis with your kids, Sometimes the nodes do that. The nodes can also bring like crisis and drama. The nodes can also bring tower moments, where there's a sudden rupture, there's a sudden ending, or there's a sudden releasing of something, or something, there's like a karmic situation that you get thrown in that seems to be very chaotic, but it brings like some kind of absolute resolve, or it kind of pushes you through a moment or something. Sometimes the nodes do challenge our sense of authority or control. Sometimes the nodes push us to surrender. And that's what eclipses will be about a lot of times. Sometimes the eclipses will be about a change that you couldn't make yourself. So the universe makes it for you, or the universe will force you to make a change. Like that's what the eclipses do. And this is why, like, we got to be very honest with the way astrology really happens and manifests, because the astrology can speak to the hard, difficult, sad, tragic things in our life as well. And it can also give us insight into those things that are coming, you know, like, and I've talked about this before. I think I talked about this a few weeks ago where I saw my grandma passing away. I saw that my grandma was going to pass away with an eclipse that was coming in my chart, and how the eclipses were showing up in my chart, were showing up in her chart, were showing up in my dad's chart, were showing up in my brother's chart. Like everyone's chart was saying, uh-oh, grandma, something's wrong with grandma, something's wrong with grandma, grandma's having a health crisis. All of them are saying the same thing. And the eclipses showed me like, hey, this could be the moment where, and sure enough, that's what happened. My grandma passed, right? So I got to be very honest with you guys, and we got to be realistic in the way that we relate to astrology. We can't blind ourselves to the more difficult things, because astrology does speak to the hardships that we endure. It can give us insight into troubles to come. Sometimes people don't want to be forewarned about trouble, but I am someone that likes to know and anticipate, like, okay, if something difficult is coming, I may not know exactly how it's going to manifest, but at least I'm a little bit aware of it so I can prepare for it. So that if it does happen or if it does manifest, like, all right, I know that it just wasn't something that was random, right? Like, wait a minute. The astrology was showing me that something could happen, right? The astrology was indicating that this is a possibility. And sure enough, a lot of times, not all the time, but, when that thing comes to pass, you'll be like, oh, wait, I saw it coming. I knew it was coming. So you know how to respond to it a little bit better. You know how to process it a little bit better, and understand it maybe even a little bit better, right? Instead of getting caught up in the moment in the situation and getting, overwhelmed by the tragedy, or, becoming a victim to it and things like this, right? So yeah, so what I will say, Taurus, Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, this month with these eclipses that are starting, okay, in Leo and Aquarius, get ready for your life to change. Get ready for things to suddenly shift or change. All right. Sometimes this can look like a door opens up and, oh my God, your whole life moves forward in a beautiful, magical way because you were given with an opportunity, and then everything in your foundation changed, right? Sometimes, I will be honest with you, the eclipses will bring divorce and separation. The eclipses will have you lose a job, and they'll pull you away from a job or from a career path, because the energies and the nodes are telling you, wait, this is what you're supposed to do. Wait, this is where you're supposed to go, right? And things like this. Sometimes the eclipses will bring a baby. They will. Sometimes they do that. Sometimes they bring a baby, an unexpected baby. Also, sometimes the nodes will bring in a partner. People will get married on an eclipse. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bad, ominous thing. Definitely doesn't. There's plenty of people that get married on eclipses and they are in long-term relationships, right? But this tells us that when things happen during an eclipse cycle, or within an eclipse period, there is karma involved. There is an element of fate and destiny involved. There's an element of things that are beyond our control, right? There's an element of celestial or divine intervention when it comes to things, right? So this is why I always tell people, as we're entering eclipse season, or when they're going through an eclipse cycle, let's say, I have a client that is getting hit by the nodes, or they're getting hit by the eclipses. I always tell them, like, don't take it personal. Whatever you go through, whatever you experience, don't take it personal, and just understand that you're being looked at by the nodes. The north node and the south node are looking at you. And this is the same thing that I tell people when they're going through Saturn transits. Saturn is looking at you. He's staring at you. And sometimes Saturn's gaze and the nodes, and they're looking at us, when their gaze is upon us, it brings us, we go through karmic fated things. We go through some very interesting things, that kind of force us forward, especially if we've been sitting in stagnation, or if we haven't been moving. the nodes love to move us forward. They love to go ahead and kind of shift things and kind of, uh, what is it? Sometimes they'll knock over one domino and it'll create a whole chain reaction of change in your life, right? So if you are a fixed sign, if you have fixed placements, just prepare for that. The last nodal cycle that the fixed signs went through was in 2022 and 2023. That's when the nodes are going through Scorpio and Taurus. And if you are a fixed sign, Saturn in Aquarius squaring the nodes in Scorpio and Taurus, 2022 and 2023, you know that those years were not easy. Those were some very, very difficult years that the fixed signs went through because they were getting double whammied by the nodes, and they're getting double whammied by the nodes and by Saturn. Yeah, it was 2022, 2023. Yeah. Those are some very hard years for fixed signs. Okay. The beautiful thing is that fixed signs, we don't have Saturn messing with us the way he was back then. Okay. So Saturn is not playing a part in this eclipse cycle that's happening with Aquarius and Leo. Saturn does rule over the North Node, obviously, right? But Saturn is not squaring the nodes. And that was very difficult for, I lost a dog in 2022, then I lost my grandma in 2023. And Saturn was going through my 12th house and it was squaring my Scorpio stellium, and the South Node was going over my Scorpio stellium, and it was just a mess. It was very messy. Those were very hard years. So just be mindful. If you are a fixed sign, just be mindful. The fixed signs are the ones that are most resistant. They're stubborn, they're strong, they're powerful. They do not like change. They're the most resistant to change. All right. They're headstrong. Okay. They're bossy. That's another one. The fixed signs are the bossy signs, right? They're the power signs. Um, they don't like each other a lot of time. The fixed signs don't like each other. That's one of the things I'm learning. When I start doing content where I'm bunching the fixed signs together, like Taurus and Scorpio, or Leo, like the one I did with Aquarius and Scorpio being stubborn with authority. All of a sudden, there's all these Scorpios and Aquariuses coming out in the comments saying, "I hate," Aquarius says, "I hate Scorpios," and the Scorpios are saying, "I hate Aquariuses." I'm like, damn, relax. Okay, like you guys can still get along. We can be friends. You don't have to be mortal enemies. Okay, we can still bunch you guys up together. And you guys do these signs do have a lot in common. Actually, the fixed signs do have a lot in common, but they're very stubborn. They don't like change, and they could be a little egotistical. The fixed signs could be egotistical. That's a little bit of a secret that we're gonna hold that between us. Okay. Um, but yeah, my loves, if you are a fixed sign, let the nodes come into your life, invite them in, and let the eclipses and the nodes do the work that they're meant to do in your life. Okay. Surrender to the change. Don't try to hold on to anything. If the universe, spirit, the nodes, the planets are trying to show you, like, hey, this is a part of your life that needs to evolve. This is a part of your life that you got to move away from. This is a part of a life that you need to start moving toward. You need to start building, or you need to start like going in this direction. You know, respond accordingly. Okay. Someone said my Scorpio husband passed 3 days after the lunar eclipse in Scorpio, end of 2021. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the lunar eclipse in Scorpio 2021, it was actually a solar eclipse in Scorpio. We had a lunar eclipse in Taurus in 2021, and we had a solar eclipse in Scorpio in 2021. And then we had our lunar eclipse in Scorpio May of 2022, and then we had a uh solar eclipse in Taurus. Yeah, solar eclipse in Taurus in May of 2022. But yeah, like that eclipse cycle in Scorpio, when the South Node was going through Scorpio, we had a lot of people pass away. There was a lot of death at that time. It was really, really sad. It was a really sad time. I always would. It was a full, yeah. It was probably a full moon in Taurus, I think. Yeah. But it was like that was like getting us into the eclipses though. Like we were just starting, we were just entering the Taurus Scorpio eclipses at the end of 2021. Like we were just beginning it, you know. So yeah. Is there a degree orb you feel strongest? With the nodes, I like to use 3 degrees. My like basic framework for orbs is like on average I use like 3 degrees, you know. But for the sun, I use 8 degrees, and for like Jupiter, Saturn, and like outer planets, I'll use bigger degrees. I'll even go all the way to 10 because the bigger planets have a strong influence, you know. Like the moon, I use for the moon and Mercury because they're smaller. I use smaller orbs. I use like 3, you know. But for the bigger planets, I'll use up to 10. You know, for the sun, I use 8. If anything's within 8 degrees of the sun, it's considered combust or burnt out by the rays of the sun. So, but you can experiment with this, you know, see what orbs work for you, see, you know, what orbs that influence work for you. In Vedic astrology, if two planets are in the same sign, they consider it a conjunction. So that's how Vedic astrology works. So if you have Mars at 1 Capricorn and Venus at 29 Capricorn, they're going to say your Venus and Mars are conjunct just because they're in the same sign, you know? Vedic astrologers, they don't use a pie chart or a pie wheel, and they don't focus on degrees. They do write the degrees of your placement. The degree of your placement will be written on the chart, but it's not shown in like a circle pie graph, you know? It's not shown 30 degrees, and they don't draw it like that, you know? So, you know, Vedic astrologers will say just because you have two planets in a sign, it's conjunct. So they're not even thinking about orbs, you know? That's more of a Western astrologer thing. So things to consider, play with it, see what works for you, you know, see what works for you. But yeah, so my preview is the reason why I kind of wanted to talk about this today is because I just wanted to give specifically the fixed signs a I want to give you all a warning. I'm going to prepare you guys for the changes to come that are going to be initiated by the eclipses going through Aquarius and Leo, and by the nodes going through Aquarius and Leo. Okay. And this first eclipse, I'm going to tell you right now, the first eclipse in Leo is going to be a little hard. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one. We have the sun and the moon on the south node, right next to the south node, you know, and the moon is being burnt out by the sun, and the moon is, you know, in a very hot position. She's, you know, the sun rules Leo. The moon does not rule Leo, right? The moon, she's all right in Leo, but you know, she's still getting burnt out by the sun. You know, she's getting afflicted by the sun. She's getting burnt out by the fire of the sun, especially during an eclipse. She's getting double whammied by the sun and by the nodes, by the south node, right? So I do think that this eclipse is going to be, it's going to be hard. It's going to be, it's, you know, it's going to, some people are going to have a mental health breakdown, you know, or they're going to have like a mental crisis, or some people are going to get really mad, really agitated, and some people are going to, you know, feel really trapped or things like this. So they're going to go through a little bit of an identity crisis. Leo's a sign of identity, you know. So when the nodes are going through Leo and Aquarius, there's something about our identity that's shifting and changing. You know what I mean? There's something about our consciousness. There's something about our self-perception. There's something about our relationship with our ego. There's something around our relationship with our father, also our relationship with our children, our relationship to leadership. There's something about that that is going through a state of evolution and change. And there's some kind of excavation, there's some kind of purging, or there's some kind of releasing that's going to happen because it's the South node going through Leo, right? So we just got to keep that in mind. Yeah. Can you explain the genius you shared about how new moons and full moons in a sign happen, like the full moon in Aquarius and moon in Leo when it's Leo season? Yeah, so what just happened? Did How did that happen? Do I have a filter on? Is there a filter on me? I think it's off now. How did that happen? That was weird. I don't even know where that came from. Oh, I must have pressed one of these. Did you guys see that filter that showed up? I had like a little doll face for a second. Like, where did that come from? That was weird. It's gone now, right? Is it gone? That was weird. Yeah, it's off now. Okay. I'll reiterate that really quick, okay? So a new moon happens when the sun and the moon are in the same sign, and a full moon happens when the sun and the moon are in an opposite sign. So we're in Leo season, right? So the sun is in Leo. So if there's gonna be a new moon or the sun and the moon come together in Leo season, it's gonna be a Leo new moon because the Leo new moon is the sun and the moon together. A solar eclipse is always a new moon because when the sun and the moon are coming together. So if you think about a solar eclipse, it's the sun getting eclipsed by the moon, right? So solar eclipse is the sun being outlined with the big hole in the middle where the moon is in the middle, right? So it's literally the sun and the moon stacked together during a solar eclipse. So what we're seeing is we're seeing the moon cover the sun and we're receiving the shadow of that. That's what a solar eclipse is, right? Where a lunar eclipse is when the sun is opposite the moon and Earth is in the middle. So what's happening during a lunar eclipse, so every full moon is always going to be in the sign opposite of the sun. So if you have the sun in Leo during that season, the full moon's going to be in Aquarius because the moon has to be in the opposite sign of the sun. If it's Virgo season, the full moon is always going to be in Pisces. If the sun's in Sag, the full moon's always going to be in Gemini. The sun and the moon are always opposite each other. And the full moon is always going to be a lunar eclipse. But it happens when the sun and the moon are opposite each other in the earth is right in the middle, casting a shadow. So what's happening during a lunar eclipse is the shadow of the earth is hitting the sun or is hitting the moon, which is why the moon receives that discoloration, which is why the moon fades, because the light of the sun is being blocked by Earth, which is why the moon looks shadowed during a lunar eclipse. Does that make sense? All right. Let me plug my phone in real quick, okay? All right, we're gonna wrap up. So I just wanted to talk about those three things specifically. Let me plug my phone in. Hold on, give me a second. I need to. My phone's gonna die. My battery, I swear, with every update, my battery dies faster and faster on my phone. Let me plug this in. Okay. All right. So this is where we're gonna wrap up with the transits of the week. We're gonna do kind of like a play by play. We're gonna follow the moon throughout throughout the sky for the week. And I'm gonna talk about kind of like general transits, do like a little bit of a forecast of the week ahead, okay? So we're gonna do that. That's usually what we wrap up with. So week ahead. This will be uploaded to YouTube and it will be time stamped as well. Okay, so I'm gonna work on that today. So, all right, where do we start off today? Let's take a look. The moon's in Aries, and the moon is, I think, with Saturn right now. Oh, I gotta hurry up. I gotta finish before the moon hits Saturn. Oh, the moon's not gonna hit Saturn for another hour or so, but yeah, we have the moon approaching Saturn today. We also have the moon trine the sun today and the moon trine Jupiter. So the moon in Aries transit today, tomorrow. The moon's gonna be wrapping up in Aries. Um, Expansion and growth, things to celebrate, forward paths, open directions, us getting back to our responsibilities or obligations. What I will say, if you need to get anything done today that you've been procrastinating, you got like official business that you got to take care of. There's some paperwork that you got to submit. You got a deadline coming, baby. Work on that today with the moon Saturn, okay? Get your business done today. Don't hesitate, don't delay, don't wait on whatever Saturn work has or Saturn has for you. Okay. Oh, another thing I'm going to talk about because I wrote it down, but I actually didn't. I'm going to talk about it during this. We'll squeeze it in here. I'm going to talk about the Chiron retrograde in Taurus. Okay. I don't think that's Chiron retrogrades a lot. He retrogrades for like half of the year. That's why I don't really feel like Chiron retrograde is going to be important, but I do think it's important, particularly with this one, because Chiron's at 0 degrees of Taurus, and he's retrograding as he just ingressed into a sign, and so he's kind of dancing, this retrograde, he's kind of, he dipped his toes in Taurus, he's going to go back into Aries, and then when he goes direct, he's going to go back into Taurus. But we'll talk about that when we get there, okay? I want to kind of focus on the moon in Aries right now. So today, tomorrow, the moon in Aries, really good days to get official business done. Really good days to get into the gym, to work out, to reconnect to the body. Someone was saying at the beginning of the live that the moon is in Aries, and so they're going to the gym or they're working out or they just came back from the gym. That is the perfect thing to do while the moon is in Aries. The moon in Aries also tends to make us a little bit more agitated, tends to make us a little bit more frustrated. We tend to be a little bit more combative. So just want to be mindful of that today and tomorrow with the moon in Aries. Choose your battles wisely. Not everything is worth fighting for, worth arguing for. The moon in Aries is responding to Mars, who's in Gemini, and Mars is in the third house away from the moon. So, this has a lot to do with aunts, uncles, hanging out with the extended family, hanging out with friends, siblings, being out in the neighborhood. This is very active transit. Moon in Aries today, tomorrow is very active transit. It's trying to get us to do something. It's trying to motivate us. It's trying to get us to move in some type of way. So just keep that in mind, okay? So then tomorrow, or I'm sorry, on it looks like Wednesday. Let me go ahead and put this in. Let me actually put this in whole sign. Why am I looking at this in Placidus? We always do astrology in whole sign, my loves, okay? Because we do traditional astrology around here. We're traditional astrologers. We're doing it the ways the ancients did it. So then the moon goes into Taurus. I'm gonna give you guys the time around this. It's gonna be Pacific time. Okay, it's around 10 p.m. Pacific. The moon goes into Taurus, and the moon is going to hit a conjunction with Chiron, who just started to go retrograde. So I'm going to use this as an opportunity to talk about Chiron retrograde in Taurus because I think what this is about, especially the south node is in a trine, is making a trine to the Chiron. Um, this has a lot to do with woundedness that we have around our self-worth, our self-esteem, around money, around resources, around our sense of security. So when the moon goes into Taurus tomorrow and hits Chiron, these themes could come up and you may have to address certain things within you that are like, I'm not good enough, I don't feel valuable, I don't feel worthy, I don't feel like I have any talent, I feel like I have nothing to offer the world. I feel broke. I ain't got no money, things like this. This kind of stuff could kind of like come up for us to like work through it and for us to kind of like address it. All right. So I want you guys to be very mindful of what Chiron and Taurus is digging up around scarcity, around security, around stability, around self-confidence, around worthiness, around values, because woundedness around these things can show up. I don't feel valuable. I don't feel like my partner values me. I don't feel like me and my partner's values are on the same page, right? I don't feel like my job values me. I don't feel like I'm getting paid enough, right? Chiron in Taurus, especially as he's going retrograde this week, into, today, going to tomorrow, he actually retrogrades as the moon hits Chiron, as it ingresses into Taurus, will definitely bring up this kind of woundedness that we have associated with worthiness and feeling valued and stuff like this. Exactly what I'm talking about, you know. This is what I'm talking about, for those that have Chiron retrograde in the chart. It's not rare to have common, or it's not rare. Let me speak it in a positive way. It is common to have Chiron retrograde in the chart because Chiron retrogrades for about half of the year. So half of people in the world will have Chiron direct, and half the people in the world will have Chiron retrograde. Karmically speaking, when I'm thinking of Chiron retrograde, I'm thinking of some kind of healing that needs to happen from a past life. Because I practice karmic astrology, or because a lot of my studies have been in Vedic and also in evolutionary astrology, which speaks to karma and past lives and things like this. I always think of Chiron retrograde as a karmic wound from a past life that's being carried into this lifetime. And that woundedness, it shows up karmically in the family in some type of way. So it shows up deeply psychologically, and you should always take a look at your Chiron placement by house, because the Chiron placement by house is going to tell you more about your Chiron than what the sign placement of it will tell you. And because the house placement of your Chiron is particular and special to you, right? Everyone has Chiron, or not everyone, but there's a whole generation of people that have Chiron and Taurus. There's a whole generation of people that have Chiron and Aries, right? You have a Chiron placement similar to other people that were born within, a 2 or 3 year time frame before, depending, Chiron goes through certain signs faster than others. But you have a Chiron placement that many other people have, right? By sign. But your house placement of your Chiron is unique and different. Even if you have that same Chiron placement by sign as others, the house placement is going to be unique and different to you. So you always want to take a look at where your Chiron placement is by house, because that house placement of your Chiron is going to tell you so much about your Chiron in itself, right? So yeah, so Chiron retrograde, it's an invitation for us to kind of go deep into our own woundedness with our relationship with our own Chiron. But in general, collectively, because it's Chiron retrograde in Taurus, this is about Taurus things, right? So Chiron in Taurus is about your beauty, your looks, your worthiness, your sense of self love and self respect, your values, what you value, what is important to you, your relationship with money, also your relationship with food, right? It's so interesting that this whole thing with Ariana Grande is coming up associated with her body and her relationship with food and diet. It's interesting that that conversation is coming into the public forum at a time when Chiron is retrograding in Taurus, right? Like Chiron is literally retrograding in Taurus, and we're having this collective conversation around someone's diet and around the relationship with food. And right, and how there's this collective trauma that we do have, that many women have, especially around food, around, what is it? Food disorders, right? And so I think it's something that we really want to take a look at. It's something that, may be important for us in particular because of where our Chiron is placed. Chiron in Taurus is the same as having Chiron in the second house, or even because the second house in Taurus opposed to Scorpio, if you have Chiron in Scorpio or if you have Chiron in the eighth house, then Chiron and Taurus themes or Chiron in the second house themes could also be very important to you, right? The eighth house and the second house, the axis of Scorpio and Taurus, has everything to do with security and stability, has everything to do with trust, has everything to do with money and resources, what's mine and what's yours. It has everything to do with how we merge with others, how we share with others, how we partner with others, how we intimately invest into relationships with others, right? So Chiron and Taurus could be bringing up some kind of woundedness around this, or mistrust, betrayal, the Mercury retrograde or the Chiron retrograde in Taurus, right? Mistrust, betrayal, a lack of safety or security around money, anxiety, paranoia around money and security. Chiron retrograde could bring up these themes. All right. So I just want you guys to be mindful of this as Chiron goes retrograde. He's gonna be, but he's gonna immediately go into Aries though. He's gonna slip back into Aries. That's a father wound. Yeah, Chiron and Leo opposite Saturn, Moon, and Aquarius. That's a father wound and a mother wound. That's like, dad didn't love me. Oh, that's a tough one. Chiron opposite the moon and Saturn is tough because that's like a mom that felt rejected by dad. When Chiron and Leo, the father wound, opposite Saturn and the moon, moon feeling rejected, Saturn by the father in some type of way, Chiron, right? Dad not choosing me, dad didn't love me, dad didn't choose me, dad didn't choose mom in some type of way. Chiron in Leo, opposite moon, Saturn. Mom died. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that's so tough. Moon Saturn, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. Moon Saturn in general is hard. Chiron opposite Moon Saturn is even harder. You know, that's a really those are hard ones. You know, a lot of times when people have Moon Saturn, they'll lose a mother very young. They'll have a mother pass away, or their mother will be taken away from them in some type of way. You know. Someone said my theory is if we have wounding with one parent, we always have wounding with both because the harmony was off in the family for you to have it. Yeah, definitely. And it takes two to create the wound, right? A lot of times one parent's wound is because of the other parent. And we inherit that wound from the wounded parent, you know? And we always see this. I always see this with Chiron. Always, always, always. You know, and you'll see this with like the Chiron in Leo, Chiron in Cancer. A lot of times the wound that the mother or the father has is actually from the other parent, you know, from the betrayal, from the deception, from the abuse, right? From the narcissism, selfishness of the other parent. And so what happens is the child is born with that woundedness and projects that energy onto uh, their parents, but also the parents project that energy onto the child. This is why I always talk about, you know, parents will unconsciously project their hatred or resentment towards a spouse onto the child that they made with that spouse. And you see this it's so common. And it's crazy to me that parents and people, even like kids and like we're blind to this. We don't see this. Like if your mom hates your dad and you look like your dad, your mom is probably going to hate you. And why does my mom not like me? Why does my mom not like? It's because your mom hates your dad and you look just like him and you act just like him. And you have the same personality. And you remind her of that man every day. And it triggers the shit out of her. You know, this is why as kids, if we come from broken families, we have to work with our mom and our dad, but the biological ones, we have to work with them on forgiving the other parent and letting that shit go so that we can experience a good, healthy mother daughter, you know, mother son, father daughter relationship. Because a lot of they're doing this, they have no idea that they're doing this. They're not even aware. They don't even know why. But it's an unconscious, subconscious thing that's happening, you know? And they're like, "Oh, I hated your dad." And this is why, and you'll know when this is the truth for you. Because what do they say? Oh, you remind me of your father. I'm gonna go send you to live with your dad, right? And you're like, I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to do my thing. Like, I don't like what is going on, you know? Like, what is going on, right? So it's something that we got to think about, you know, how the karmic woundedness that we inherit from family members also gets projected onto the kids and how parents will project that karmic woundedness from the other parent on the kids unfairly, unjustly, undeservedly. You see what I'm saying? So this is why like we should be working with our parents on forgive my mom or forgive mom or forgive dad. Let that shit go so that we can be good, so that we can be clear, so that you can go ahead and see me as I am and not see me through the lens of hatred that you have for my father or for my mother, right? Biologically, right? Like it's super important. A lot of them, they don't know what they do. You know, they know not what they do. They don't. They have no idea what's happening, right? Like the majority of people are just living their life and doing things with no self-awareness, with no self-analysis. They're on automatic, they're on rote. They're just doing things compulsively with they're not stopping to really think, why am I doing the things that I'm doing? Why am I saying the things that I'm saying? Why am I treating this person this way? They're not sitting there with it. They're just going off of emotion. They're going off of, you know, whatever it is, whatever their story narrative is, right? So it's important because, you know, I've had a lot of clients that have had to show this to them in their chart. Like, wait a minute, Your mom doesn't necessarily dislike you. She dislikes the part about you that remind her of your father, because your father was toxic and abusive and mean, right? And the fact that you have some of his personality, the fact that you kind of stand up to her and argue with her, it triggers her because it reminds her of exactly what she went through with your daddy, right? So make her aware of it. Sit down and have a conversation with your mom about this so that we can change it and do something about it. I've had to have a lot of conversations with clients about this. And a lot of times they don't see it. They're blind to this. They cannot see it for themselves until I point it out to them and show it to them through the chart, you know, or through a reading. It comes up in a reading. Right. So, anyways, right? So going back to what we were talking about, this whole thing started with Chiron, Chiron retrograde in Taurus, and how woundedness is inherited through the family, and how Chiron retrograde is an invitation for us to take a look at our deepest wounds, take a look at what hurts, so that we can free ourselves and heal ourselves, right? Also, our pain is our medicine. That's the biggest thing that Chiron teaches us. And whatever we learn through our own pain, however we heal through it, is also the medicine that we have to offer and give others, right? Someone said, "Damn, I'm taking my daughter to see my dad. I hated him after finding skeletons in the closet, but now I'm trying to heal and taking my daughter to visit him so she can see what forgiveness looks like." Yes, it's important. I think it's beautiful. I think it's an important thing. And like I know it could be so hard to forgive, especially when like we have a parent that was never there for us and they're just 90% of their influence on our life was just negative and terrible, and they were just more of a, thorn in our side or whatever. But I think, for our own peace and for our own growth and for our own healing and for our own well-being, it's so important for us to forgive. It's so important for us to let this stuff go and not carry this stuff. Because when we hold on to that resentment, we hold on to that pain, we hold on to that betrayal, we hold on to that anger, it literally becomes illness. It becomes, sickness in the body. And we also pass it down to our next of kin. So we pass it down to our kids, becomes a karmic thing that eventually they're going to have to deal with, right? So it's better for us to clear it out and deal with it so that we don't pass it on to our next of kin. And then we also kind of lead by example when we show our next of kin, hey, this is how to forgive. This is how we release things. This is how we let things go, stuff like that. So yeah, Chiron retrograde in Taurus, starting today, going to tomorrow, it's an opportunity for us to go deep within ourselves and take a look at our values, take a look at our relationship with money, take a look at our relationship with our body, with food, with health, with the material world, and to work on healing those things, right? We do not want to let our woundedness dictate our life. We don't want to let our trauma tell us what to do and what not to do, because when we let fear, trauma, woundedness run things, it seems to only perpetuate itself, and it seems to deter us from things that can actually be really good or positive or really healthy for us. So all right, so that's my little final spiel on Chiron retrograde in Taurus. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'll make sure that I also um this will be in the timestamp, so my me talking about Chiron retrograde in Taurus will be time stamped as well. All right, and when I go and post this live on YouTube. All right, let's keep going. So the moon's in Taurus on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the moon is in Taurus. And we love, well, Tuesday evening, starting around like 10 p.m. Tuesday evening, Wednesday, Thursday, the moon is going to be in Taurus. And we love the moon in Taurus because why? The moon is exalted in Taurus. Also, Venus is going to be ingressing into Libra on Thursday, right as the moon is wrapping up in the sign of Taurus. So, moon in Taurus, good days to do shopping, good days to do any health kind of routines or health activities, any kind of beauty stuff. So, if you want to get your nails done, your hair did, you want to get a pedicure, anything like that, moon in Taurus is really good for that. Okay. It's also really good for doing art, it's also really good for doing relationship stuff. I'm just thinking about the moon in Taurus making a sign-based trine to Venus before she goes into Libra. And to me, I don't know, moon Chiron and Taurus together, moon transiting Taurus, moon making a beautiful sign-based trine to Venus before she goes into Libra. I think this could be a very healing moon transit. I think this can be a moon transit that kind of helps us work through things or helps us restabilize, because, it's been a little hard. Things have been a little difficult, right? What I will say though is the moon in Taurus is also the waning square from our full moon in Scorpio. So it's our halfway point between our full moon and our new moon solar eclipse in Leo that's going to happen. So sometimes that square, the square, um, the moon square to the new moon or the full moon formation that happened a week prior can bring an activation of whatever the full moon is supposed to be about for us. I'm just thinking about the moon going to Taurus Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning, and it's going to square Pluto in Aquarius. It's also going to square Jupiter and the Sun in Leo, and it's going to hit a conjunction with Chiron, right? So this can be a little bit of a complex transit. Wednesday morning can be a little complex. There could be some good positive news, though. There could be something very auspicious or very lucky in terms of information that we receive on Wednesday morning because of the moon square to Jupiter and the moon square to the sun. So, we can have also a conversation with like a leader or a boss that's scheduled this week, particularly on Wednesday, because of the moon squaring Jupiter and the sun. This could also be about I need to talk to a lawyer. I need to talk to a judge. I need to talk to my husband. There could be some kind of conversation that comes up around that. Okay. But there could also be something that is shown to you around someone's lying to you, someone's not being honest with you, someone is being a little sketchy. It could be friends. I will tell you guys right now, there's been a lot of stuff so far that this full moon in Aquarius has been showing us in regards to friends. Aquarius is a sign of friends, our social group, the communities that we roll in. Oh my, I'm just thinking about this for myself. I don't know who saw my threads post yesterday that I had to do where I was calling out these astrologers that have just been making my life hard. What is wrong with them? I'm gonna be honest. I think they're jealous. I think they're mad. I think what I've been like the conflict I've been getting from other astrologers and the drama and people attacking me and shit like this. I really think it's because a lot of these astrologers they feel like they deserve the recognition or the attention or the accolade. They're mad that they're not getting it. They're mad that they're doing content and they're like, they have their business and no one's booking readings with them and no one is. And listen, that has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with my work. That has nothing to do with what I'm doing. Okay. Like, I really do think like we need to be staying in our own lane, you know? Yeah, and they're clicky. They're clicky, dude. And like they last year I got bullied off the threads because a group of Hellenistic astrologers ganged up on me. And they singled out one post and they were attacking one post. But then I realized it wasn't even about the post. It was something else. And because they started attacking me personally. And they made it personal. And that's when I realized it wasn't even about the post. It wasn't about the content. It's something else that's being triggered that I'm illuminating for these people. And I just really do think that they hate the fact that I am doing astrology in a way that they can't figure out. Or I'm doing an astrology in a way that relates to people that they're not able to understand. And I'm doing astrology in a way where I'm combining different traditions and I'm combining different techniques. And they hate it. They hate that I'm doing astrology this way. That I'm not doing it the way that they do astrology. It's so weird. But it's so interesting because this full moon in Aquarius happened for me in my 12th house. And literally this full moon, Sun, Jupiter, Moon, Pluto are squaring my Sun and my Mercury in Scorpio in the ninth house. Like I'm getting squared by this full moon. And these eclipses and all of this, I already know it. I already see it. It's gonna be a lot about how I kind of stand out and how in standing out, you don't fit in. And I was talking about this last week with the full moon in Aquarius. I was talking about how sometimes the price of greatness or the price of being a genius or the price of standing out and standing out amongst your peers or being the best or being number one or being proficient, right? Sometimes the blowback from that is ostracization by your peers, is attack and rejection by your peers, right? Because they want, like, it's interesting if we think about like the communities that we flow in, right? And we even think about like our peers when it comes to our career, right? People are comfortable with you, or people will be accepting when you are kind of like at their same level. But when you start to go above them or do better than them, or you start to kind of display something else in the way that you're expressing your work, your talent, whatever, they get threatened by that. They get challenged by that. It intimidates them. It triggers them, you know? And this is one of the things that I've been seeing. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Like, why? I am such a sweet guy. I'm so nice. I'm so giving. I'm so willing to share. There are so many astrologers that I put on game. There are astrologer friends that I have who went from making no money to having a full book of business, into making money, into having a whole career in astrology because of my instruction and my guidance that I've given them over the last 2 or 3 years, you know? So it's just so disrespectful and it's so rude for these people to come for me and attack me, and for them to say, like, just the craziest, like, you don't even know me. Like, baby, I've been doing this. I've been booked and busy full time for the last 5 years. The only reason why I've been able to do astrology full time is because I stay booked, right? I don't need to get a job because this has been so abundant for me. The Lord takes care of me, you know? Like spirit takes care of me, you know? I'm like really good at this. And they hate that. You know, they hate that. I'll be honest with you guys. You know, my experience within the astrological community has been a rough one. And another thing, I'm gonna be very honest with you guys. You go ahead and you go on my threads and you can read what I wrote. A lot of educated astrologers, I hate to say this, but this has been my experience. A lot of educated astrologers, they don't know how to do astrology and they don't know how to do readings for people. And they're stuck in their academic student mentality, and they're not making the jump. They're not like turning from student into practitioner. They're not becoming the professor. They're not applying their knowledge, which is why their astrology is so detached from the human experience. Like they don't know how the astrology actually works and manifests in the lives of everyday people today, because they have very little to no experience actually interacting with people, actually doing readings for others, and actually seeing how the astrology plays out in people's lives, you know? And because I have so much, I've done so many readings, I've been doing this for a while now. Like I have tons of experience that, you know, and things that I know that I've only learned because I do readings for people regularly, right? And so I think, you know, I think astrologers need to do better with developing their social skills and with making themselves available to the common person and really putting themselves out there to develop experience in doing readings and working with people. You know, education is not enough. It's the same thing. Like you can study to become a doctor, but you're not going to be a real doctor until you're helping patients and actually doing the work. You know, for anything, you can study soccer for years, you can know everything about the game of soccer, but you can still be a really bad soccer player because you never played the game. But you know everything about the game. You studied it. You know, you've been watching, you know, soccer for years, right? But you don't know any, you don't know how to do it. And minding their own business. Yeah, it's another thing. It's like I stay in my lane. I'm never go out of my way to go ahead and leave negative comments on other astrologers. I never go out of my way to attack other astrologers. It's not a good look for me and it's not a good look for you, right? And this is my career. This is like what this is my money. I do this full time. So if someone's gonna go out of their way to try to ruin my public image or try to mess up my career or try to like discredit me, you best believe it's on. You best believe we're going to war. You best believe I'm not going to be nice about it because I care about this. I love what I do. I'm passionate about what I do. I've built a following and I've built a client base from the ground up. Nobody helped me with this. I did this all myself. And for you to come over here and try to discredit all the work that I put in, for you to come over here and try to ruin my public reputation or try to attack me or say negative things about me and my work when you have no idea of the amount of blood, sweat, and tears that I put into this over the last 5, 6 years, get the hell out of my face. And if I see you in person, I'm gonna have something to say. A lot of these people, they're so brave and they're so courageous with the shit that they talk online. But when it comes to being in person and you're standing in front of me, all of a sudden you're gonna be quiet, you're gonna be silent, and you're gonna shut up and you're gonna be all awkward. Because that's how I know a lot of these people are. This is the reason why they don't have business because they're socially awkward. They don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to be respectful. They don't know how to interact with people. They don't have social skills, a lot of them, you know? So it's like you're all brave and everything when you're online, but hey, come see me in person. Yeah, I'll see you. I'll see you at Norwalk. I'll see you at UAC. Okay? You'll see, and I'll show you just how small you are, right? Because I guarantee you're not gonna say nothing to me in person. You're not gonna say nothing to me because listen, I'm quite a personality. I'm a Scorpio stellium. I have Jupiter and Aries. If you want to go, let's go. Right? Like, it's just crazy to me, dude. Like, it's just crazy because it's like I put so much work and time and love into my craft. I've put a lot of time into developing it. And it's just nuts to me that, random people, random astrologers will go out and go out of their way to try to discredit anybody or discredit me or attack me, knowing nothing about me, knowing nothing about my practice, not even knowing the fact that, baby, I've booked and I've been doing this already. Like, like you're new here. When a lot of these astrologers, I'll go and look at their page because I'm like, I got to figure out I like to, I'm a Scorpio. I study the enemy. Well, okay, who are these people that are coming after me? Where is this coming from? I want to understand it. I go and look at their pages, no following, no book of business, empty calendar, okay? Like the only people supporting them is other astrologers. They have no go work on yourself. Go focus on yourself. Okay? Go focus on building out your business. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Get away from me. Okay? That calendar is looking quite empty. Okay? That following is looking a little lacking. Okay? Leave me alone. What the fuck? Weird. Crazy. I know. I have a wound around ostracization though with like peers and community groups. I have a 10th house Saturn opposite Chiron in Gemini. And Saturn rules my 11th house of like the collective, and Saturn also rules my 12th house of like ostracization in Aquarius. So I have a karmic wound. And I covered this through this situation. Um, I have a karmic wound around being ostracized by peers or being rejected by my peers of like when it comes to career and stuff like this. Someone said, does the Aqua North node will make people understand that being more genuine, supportive in the way and being less performative, competitive, do things only for money? Yeah, exactly, right? So that's what the North Node in Aquarius is gonna support the people that are doing things different, that are doing things unique, that are doing things authentically, that are doing things from a place of genuineness. And also the North Node in Aquarius is gonna support people that are kind of doing things for the benefit of the community, right? Leo, the South Node in Leo is going to expose people that are doing things for the benefit of their own ego, or that are doing things from a place of selfish desire, or that are doing things because they want attention and recognition. Where the North Node in Aquarius is going to reward people and exalt people that are doing things for the collective, for the community, for others, right? And so that's another thing that we always got to remember is like intention really matters. Authenticity always wins. And when people are genuine and we're genuine about their giving and the reason why they're doing something, right? Ego, selfishness, pride, arrogance, having to prove others wrong, having to bully others, that's all Leo shit. That's all Leo stuff. That's all South Node and Leo behavior, you know? And that's the low vibration of Leo. Leo's a sign of the bully. You know, Leo's a sign of the narcissist. I said this 2022, 2023. I said this about a spiritual person, and I broke down his chart and how he was a Leo stellium. And I was like, this guy's a fucking narc. And you guys can believe whatever you want to believe, but what his chart is telling me is that he's a narcissist. And I got a lot of blowback from that. A lot of people did not like that. They did not like what I had to say. But I'm gonna hold true to it because what I've noticed and what my experience, maybe it's because Leo's my sixth house. what I've noticed and what I've experienced, not only through my clients, but also in my own lived experience, is that Leos are bullies. Leos can be the biggest. Look at Donald Trump, Leo rising, with Mars in the rising. The archetypal bully, the archetypal bully. And we see this with Leo placements, especially low vibrational male Leo placements. Bullying is a thing. And so we just got to think about this. We got to be aware of the shadows of what the South Moon and Leo could also bring up in terms of performance or in terms of people doing things for ego or even just people performing, right? And not coming from a place of genuine authenticity or not coming from a place of whatever they have to offer or give the world is not for themselves, it's for others, right? And that's where I'm at with astrology. Like my astrology, yes, it started off for me, but it's not for me. It's for everyone else. This knowledge, this wisdom, this talent that I've been given for astrology is not for me. None of it is for us. None of the talents or skills that we're given is for us. Everything that we're given in terms of gifts, whether it be gifts of writing or gifts of leadership or gifts of music or gifts of art, they're meant for others. We're meant to give these gifts away freely. They were freely given to us. Therefore, we should give them to others as well. Obviously, we got to take care of ourselves. We shouldn't just be giving shit away, right? Like, we can't just be giving our talents and our skills away, right? We all got to get paid. We got to survive. That's also important. But I think it's crucial that, we find a way to give whatever it is that we've been given by the creator, by the divine, whatever skills, whatever talents. We even get lucky with money and we get lucky with career. We have certain wisdom that other people don't have. Some of us are just naturally good at business. Some of us are just naturally good at money. Some of us are just naturally good with kids, right? And we have these skills that we've been given, and we've been given these skills to share with others, but also to make money and to profit and to be successful or be abundant in this lifetime. All the things that we've been given are not given to us without reason. We're meant to do something with it, right? A lot of times people find it really hard to translate their skills that they've been given into money. That could be a very difficult thing. How do I turn this talent, this skill that I've been given into money? That could be a hard thing. And that's sometimes what people need to figure out. But I just wanted to share this, yeah, because for me, whole reason why this is coming up is because Moon in Taurus square Pluto in Aquarius and the full moon in Aquarius, right? And I was talking about the Pluto in Aquarius squaring the moon and how that can literally manifest as, these moments of ostracization or these moments of conflict with larger groups or friendship groups or communities or experiences where we get left out, right? Or we get targeted because we're the unique one, we're a genius, we're the one that stands apart or that is doing things different compared to the rest, right? And it's interesting. It's a very, very fine line that we got to straddle between authenticity and acceptance. We want to be included, we want to be accepted, but what's the price that you have to pay for that sometimes? You know, I think about movies like Mean Girls, right? She had to dress up in pink and she has to stop being friends with her nerdy friends, right? She had to do all these things just to be accepted by these girls. And at the end of the day, they still caused problems with her and they still didn't accept her. And you did all that. You sacrificed yourself. You started dressing like them. You stopped hanging out with your genuine, real friends. You started performing and doing all this weird behavior stuff just to be accepted by these people. And they still end up ostracizing you. And they still end up betraying you. They still end up othering you. Right? So we always got to ask ourselves, what is the price of admission for this friendship? What is the price of admission to be included? And are they asking for too much? Do I have to sacrifice too much of myself? Do I have to sacrifice my ideals? Do I have to sacrifice my morals? Do I have to sacrifice the way that I look? Do I have to sacrifice the way that I dress in order to be accepted or in order to be included? Right? And we got to be careful with this because sometimes the price of inclusion is authenticity, right? Sometimes the price of inclusion is self-respect, right? Oh, we're only going to go ahead and accept you if you allow us to abuse you or neglect you or speak down to you. And this is a big Nolan Wells thing. I hate to say it, but Nolan Wells, he has his whole Leo stellium opposite Chiron in Aquarius. He was the what? The one black boy in a group of white friends. So his karmic wound, Nolan Wells, in some ways was about wanting to be accepted, even though I'm different. I want to be accepted by you guys. I'm going to go and hang out with you guys. I'm going to be the only black boy with a group of white boys. And what is the price of admission that I have to pay for that? Sometimes the cost is your life. Sometimes you want to be the only woman in a group of men. And sometimes the cost of that is going to be safety. You never know. The price of difference can be a heavy one. And the price of inclusion can be a heavy one. And it's not worth paying a lot of times, you know? And we got to be careful with this, especially with Pluto and Aquarius. Those of you that have Chiron and Aquarius, Chiron and Leo, you need to be careful with this, you know? Like, I used to try, and like me, I'm like, I want to fit in. I want to fit in. Why? I've had to ask myself, I'm like, there was a part of me that got triggered by these astrologers last year where it's like, wow, I wanted to be your guys' friends. I thought we were cool. I actually liked some of your guys' content. So, with one of the people that I really was enjoying their content, all of a sudden I go on their page and they're talking negatively about me in the third person, saying, they literally said they were like, oh, it's so like you can always tell when people get by with charisma and personality. You can always tell when people don't know what they're talking about because they're using charisma and personality to compensate. And he was literally, I didn't even realize it. I had to read it and I was like, who is he talking about? And then he like added something else where he was talking about a video that I was like, oh shit, he's talking about me. I was like, what the? I was like, oh my God. I felt betrayed. I felt hurt in the moment. Because I'm literally reading about something negative being said about me in the third person by a fucking stranger. And this was someone that I actually was enjoying their content and I was like willing to follow them. And then to have to read that about myself out of nowhere, like, and I don't even fucking know you, you don't even know me. Like, what? And then a few days later, he jumped on to the bandwagon of people attacking me over a post. Like, what is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with you? You have no idea what it's jealousy. It has to be. What else could it be? Right? If you're mad that I have a character and a personality, if you're mad that I'm charismatic, what does that say about you? That you have no personality, you have no charisma, and you're mad at that. That has nothing to do with me. Okay? I've been gifted charisma, I've been gifted a personality, I've been gifted humor. I can't separate myself from these things. This is who I am. And for someone to just a random person to go ahead and target me and attack me over that, that's so fucking weird. It's so weird, dude. And this person's lucky that I didn't put them on blast because I'm not that type of person. I don't care. I'm not trying. You're right. And a lot of them, a lot of what they want is attention. That's what they really want. They want attention and recognition, and they're mad that they're not getting it. So at that time, when that happened last year, I was like, do I even want these people as friends? No. Hell to the no. Ugh, get away from me. You know, I do not vibrate at that level. I'm not a jealous, envious person. I don't understand it. I don't see it. And I've been blind, and this has burned me in the ass. It's bit me in the butt a few times because I'm so kind and so forgiving, and I don't operate this way. So when it's happening to me, I don't even see it sometimes. And then someone's like, "Wait a minute, this person I think is taking advantage of you." I'm like, "Oh, really? I didn't even notice." But it's just so crazy, dude. So I think we got to be with the North Node going into Aquarius and the South Node in Leo and, with Pluto and Aquarius now, we just got to be very mindful of, what groups are we associating with? And are we having to go ahead and sacrifice or compromise ourselves in some type of way in order to participate, right? In order to participate. I'm proud of you for continuing to keep going. Yeah, and you're not gonna stop me. My mission is bigger than myself. I have a 10th house Saturn. I have a 9th house stellium with a 10th house Saturn on the MC. So I know that my mission is big. I've felt this ever since I was young. I felt like I have a big calling. Like there's a big mission that I have to accomplish. There's something that I have to do in this lifetime. We have to make an impact on a lot of people. I've felt this ever since I was young because I have a 10th house Saturn, you know? And so you're not going to stop me. No one's gonna stop me. Okay, I'm gonna like I don't care what anyone says. I'm gonna keep going. I got something to build. You know, Saturn in the 10th house of career. I got something to build in this lifetime. Get out of my way, right? And if you're gonna get in my way, I'm gonna be nice about it at first, but I will step on you if I need to. You know, I will step on you if I need to. If you're gonna be in my way, I'm gonna step on you. You better get out of my way, okay? Right? Like, but yeah, we just gotta be mindful, my loves. You know, this could be stuff that's coming up right now with our full moon in Aquarius cycle and Pluto in Aquarius and the nodes going to Aquarius and Leo, Who are your friends? Who you're surrounding yourself with, right? What communities should you be a part of? What communities should you not be a part of? What communities are toxic and unhealthy? And what communities are gonna ask you to compromise yourself in order to participate, right? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. So, all right, let's keep going. We got to wrap up here. It's already 12:45 and we've been here for a few hours. All right, let's take a look. Hold on. All righty. Thank you guys for holding space for me though. This has been something that's been on my heart. It's been frustrating me for a while, and it's been healthy for me to be able to get it off my chest and let it out and let people know, um, what my experience has been. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like a lot of astrologers are not as great at astrology as they think they are. And they think just because they've studied and they've been in school for 5, 6 years and they've, studied with this particular astrologer and whatever, they think that they're so, great. But then when it comes to doing a reading, they fall short. They have no idea what they're doing. And like I've gotten readings by people that have been studying astrology longer than I have, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? What was that? You were just literally reading information to me. You were literally just telling me basic shit. There was nothing special, there was nothing unique, there was nothing particular about my experience. I had such high expectations, I had high hopes. Yeah, and I've also met astrologers that when they realized that I was able to go ahead and read a chart cold, they got super intimidated and they were like I do cold readings. So I don't look at a chart before I do a reading a lot of times. Sometimes I will for reoccurring clients, but if I'm doing like working with a new client, I don't look at the chart beforehand. Rarely do it. And I just, it's an intuitive thing for me. I look at the chart, downloads start coming in. It's an intuitive thing. I have an intuitive relationship with astrology. Not every astrologer has a strong intuition. I think the astrologers that are not great or that are mediocre have no intuition or they haven't developed it at all. They don't have an intuitive relationship with the planets, which is why they can't do predictions and which is why they're inaccurate with their readings. Because you need to have a certain amount of intuitive instinct. You need to have a certain amount of psychic ability to be a good astrologer. I really do believe this. And I think the astrologers that are great, that are magical, and like the most amazing experiences that I've had with astrologers, with readings, has been from those that have an intuitive practice as well. All right, let's keep going because I need to wrap up. It's already 1 o'clock. We've been here since 9. We're not trying to get to the 5 hour mark like we did last week. All right, let's get back. Let's go back a little. So Moon in Taurus, right? Moon in Taurus today. I'm sorry. Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday. Really good for health, really good for wellness, really good for beauty practices, really good for shopping, really good for investments as well. Okay. Um, it's also the square though. So it's the square from our full moon in Aquarius. So, if there's going to be some kind of activity or some kind of something that the full moon in Aquarius is trying to show you, it could show up Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday as the moon is transiting Taurus. Okay. So then what happens on Friday is the moon goes into Gemini and then things get really silly, things get really fun. Okay. We may also find come Friday morning as the moon goes into Gemini, Venus goes into Libra. So Venus in Libra, Venus is now in her rulership. We love this. The moon is going to hit Uranus and trine Venus. So what I will say is Friday, August 7th of this week, someone could randomly invite you somewhere. There could be sudden shift in plans that are beneficial or good. So let's say you were like, "Oh yeah, I didn't have anything planned Friday, or we were going to go to this event." All of a sudden your homegirl hits you up. Oh my God, we got these good ticket. I got these tickets, this event. Oh, this man's inviting me somewhere. I got an extra ticket. Do you want to come? Let's go. Right? There could be something really beneficial, really positive, and really good associated with relationships or opportunity this weekend. This is also a really good weekend to meet someone. To meet someone. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. The people that you meet this weekend going into next week, they may be not your type. They could be someone totally different. There could be an age gap element to the relationship. There can also be an interracial element to the relationship. So if you are someone that likes people of a different flavor than your own, go out this weekend. Have some fun this weekend, okay? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, when the moon's in Gemini, trining Venus and Uranus. So this is also Venus coming into a trine with Uranus. So the reason why like age gap relationships, different types of partners, interracial things, or right. The reason why that could be a theme with Venus and Libra, especially in the beginning of her transit, like this weekend going into next week, is because Venus is making a trine with Uranus and Gemini, you know. The Venus and Libra trine Uranus and Gemini could also manifest as a friend or an aunt or an uncle introducing you to a partner or a spouse. This could also be a very random moment where you meet someone. You could like literally bump into them, that's a Uranus thing. Uranus is like meeting someone in a strange, unique way, or meeting someone in a sudden moment. Like where you guys are literally like dancing at the club and you like bump into each other, or you guys randomly see each other. Uranus invites the energy of strangers. So Uranus brings people in that are strangers or that have no other connection to you through a family member, through a friend, or through anything else, right? So just keep that in mind with Venus trine Uranus and the moon going into Gemini, okay? One of the things I will say though is the moon in Gemini does kind of bring up, it kind of can make us a little anxious. The moon does not do well in Mercury ruled signs. So moon in Virgo, moon in Gemini, moon tends to not do too well in Mercury ruled signs. So you just want to be mindful of anxiety or stress or paranoia starting Friday, going into the weekend. We are building up to our solar eclipse that's going to be happening in Leo. So that eclipse energy could have us kind of feeling chaotic, can have us feeling a little wild. I got this energy of like, where is this coming from? I got this energy of like barbarism and like hunger and like desire and lust and like I don't know where this is coming from. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. Maybe it's the 29-degree or 27-degree Mars and Gemini at this time. Maybe it's the moon being co-present with Uranus and Mars throughout this time. Maybe that's what it is. But I just got this download around like desire and lust and like passion and like really intense hot energy this weekend, So just be mindful of that as well. That maybe it's coming from Uranus. Maybe that kind of wild, chaotic, uh there is this I watched this there was like a Instagram video or something that I was watching where this girl was saying that she was gonna go sharking. Have you guys ever heard of that term, sharking? She was like, "Oh yeah, like I'm going to the club or I'm going to this event and I'm going to be sharking." And I was like, "What is sharking? What is this?" So that's when a woman is in a predatory state and she's hunting for a man. I had to look it up. I was like, "What is sharking?" I never heard of this. Well, she's in her predatory mode and she's hunting. So it's like lioness energy. It's like cougar energy. It's like I'm out there hunting for a man. I'm sharking. I'm a predator. Okay. I'm out here looking for some. I'm aggressive about it. All right. It also brings up themes of like trying to steal someone else's man or trying to like take what someone else has. So I was like, I was looking this up. I was like, what is this term? And I was like, oh, that's what sharking is. So what I will say Moon in Gemini this weekend is definitely sharking energy. Okay. It's definitely sharking. Like women can be on the hunt this weekend. There may be some predatory energy in the air this weekend. Okay. So just be mindful of that. Okay. Yeah, really funny stuff. Yeah, Moon in Gemini is also great for activities. It's great for local short distance travel. We may see some people leaving for vacation this weekend. You know, this could be a weekend where that's very busy, that's full of a lot of activity. One of the things I will say is stay flexible this weekend. You never know where there could be an invite, there could be a random party. The moon in Gemini invites opportunity for social connection, but it's a chaotic energy. It's moon conjunct Uranus, right? It's Uranus and Gemini, right? So this is like, all right, random parties, random meetings with people. Hey, you might meet someone at a festival and they're like, hey, come to my house afterwards, or hey, let's go to this event afterwards or something. So just be really open and really reflective to, or really receptive to this, okay? This energy really caters to expansion with friendships, and they're bringing in of new connections, new social connections, new social groups. So just be very open socially to who you meet this weekend with the moon in Gemini, okay? Um, what I also will say is as the moon gets to the last degrees of Taurus, from Friday going in, or from Thursday evening going to Friday and goes into Gemini, the moon's gonna square the nodes. So there can be elements of like fated karmic things that happen Thursday night to Friday. We got to keep in mind we are entering eclipse season. The nodes have a little bit more power during eclipse season. So there could be fated or destined things that or opportunities that show up Thursday evening going into Friday as the moon is kind of activating that square at the nodes. Okay. Hold on, give me a second. Puppy, what's going on? Let me see. Let me see. He's just like constantly licking himself. I don't know why. He's so funny, my dog. Yeah, my dog just was licking himself, and I wanted to see what was going on. Okay, so yeah, so Moon in Gemini. Also another reason why the Moon in Gemini is gonna be like very fun or very expansive or very celebratory this weekend is because the Moon is gonna be making a sextile with Jupiter on Friday, and then the Moon makes a sextile with the Sun on Saturday, and the Moon is kind of separating from that sextile with the Sun by Saturday afternoon, going into Saturday evening. But Moon Jupiter, Moon Sun sextile between Gemini and Leo. This is very fun. This is very exciting. You know, this could also be about sporting events, or this can also be about taking our kids out to do things, or even doing things with extended family. Hanging out with our dad or doing things with the father. You know, Leo season really highlights children and the father in a lot of ways, in our relationship with the father and our relationship with children and stuff like this. You know, Leo's a sign of the father, it's a sign of children. So you know. So yeah, so it's a very active, very busy weekend. All right. Shih Tzu allergies are crazy, and sometimes as time progresses, they get allergic to chicken. I know my dog can't eat chicken. Yeah, he doesn't eat chicken, and he's been very itchy since we got back when we got to LA. So I'm gonna. My mom said something about a shot that I could give him that could help with the allergies. So I'm gonna look into that. But so on Sunday, as the moon is wrapping up in Gemini, the moon is gonna hit Mars. Okay, and it actually goes into Cancer. So we are gonna have the moon in Cancer Sunday and Monday before our eclipse that comes up on the 12th next week. And then things get a little emotional, things get a little sensitive, and the moon's in Cancer. Okay. But yeah, Sunday, let me see when this happens. Hold on. What time does the moon go into Cancer? All right, so it's Saturday evening around it's going to be around 7 p.m. Saturday evening that the moon conjoins Mars in Gemini. Okay. So I want to say something about Saturday evening. It's Saturday evening. Sorry if I don't know if I said Sunday or Saturday. It's Saturday evening that the moon hits Mars and Gemini, because then the moon goes into Cancer on Sunday and Monday. Or the moon will be in Cancer Sunday and Monday. So on Saturday evening, when the moon hits Mars, this can bring up an argument or a conflict or a disagreement, or this can bring up an issue. Okay. So if you are someone with anything at the late degrees of a mutable sign, if you have anything in the last like 5 degrees of Cancer, Pisces, or I'm sorry, not Cancer, of Gemini, Sagittarius, Virgo, or Pisces, just be very mindful of Saturday evening. And also if you're dealing with drunk people, or if you're out partying or celebrating, just be mindful of like interactions with strangers and what's going on in your environment, because Moon Mars can bring up drama and can also bring up like where people are more emotionally volatile, or people are easily triggered and stuff like this when the moon is conjunct Mars. What I was seeing is like someone getting into an argument or a fight out in public, and because someone's drunk, or because there's some kind of misunderstanding, or even because we bump into someone, or we think that someone is looking at something like this, right? So Moon Mars together on Saturday evening. I'm tired of Mars. It's made people argue with me everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, Mars and Gemini is like, that Mars and Gemini, this Mars and Gemini transit has been a little messy. But yeah, so that's like Saturday. And then the moon goes into Cancer on Sunday. And I want to talk about this because this is the balsamic moon phase. The moon has been, so as the moon has been transiting throughout the week, going through Aries, finishing Aries, going through Taurus, going through Gemini, and then ending up in Cancer on Sunday, Sunday, literally around midnight. So just after midnight, Sunday morning, Pacific time, the moon goes into Cancer. This is the balsamic moon phase. So this is the last phase of the moon before it goes dark and returns to new for our new moon that's going to be in Leo, but it's also going to be a new moon solar eclipse in Leo a few days later, right? That's going to happen on the 12th, which will be on Wednesday of next week. So, when the moon is in its balsamic phase, when it's emitting the last of its light from its full moon before it goes new, what happens is there tends to be a lot of closure, a release, and endings. And I've noticed that a lot of people tend to pass away during the balsamic moon phase, um, after the full moon, leading into a new moon. So the balsamic moon phase is 12th house energy. So Sunday may demand that we rest, that we take a nap. We may be energetically tapped out. There may be an energy of, I need to stay home. I need to cook. I need to be with my family. Okay. There could be something like this that comes up Sunday going into Monday. The moon in Cancer in its balsamic moon phase. The moon is pretty dark. It just separated from Mars. We just came out of a moon in Gemini transit. It's going to kind of have us go inward. It's going to have us feel very emotional, very sensitive. The other thing that's happening on Sunday is what? Mercury is at 29 degrees Cancer, and Mercury goes into Leo on Sunday, prepping us for the following week where Mercury begins his ingress into the sign of Leo next week, right? But he ingresses into Leo on Sunday. So he's kind of setting us up for his ingress, right? In his movement through Leo next week. So this is why there's kind of like a transition point and an ending point this week with Mercury in Cancer, and a beginning and an entry point and like an initiation point next week with Mercury in Leo. Mercury is the planet of jobs. Mercury is the planet of applications. Mercury rules over emails, phone calls, communications, decision making. Mercury is the merchant. He has a lot to do with business contracts. He has a lot to do with things like signing a lease, or things like signing for a loan document for a purchase of a car, or submitting paperwork to go ahead and apply for a credit card, things like this. These are things that Mercury rules over. So next week, on Sunday, as Mercury goes into Leo, and next week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, whatever, right? All the days of next week, we're gonna start to see Mercury things move forward. We're gonna start to see interviews. We're gonna start to see people get hired. We're gonna start to see some really positive, cool things with Mercury, okay? Or with the things that Mercury rules over. But, we might start to see an inclination of that, or see movement of that come Sunday as Mercury goes into Leo. Okay. So I just want to make you guys aware of this. But there could also be some kind of situation, or some kind of conversation, or some kind of decision or choice that resolves itself or that comes to an end, or we finally have this conversation and get it off our chest because Mercury is going to 29 degrees Cancer. Okay. And that kind of brings us to the end of the week. Sunday, the moon's in Cancer, right? Mercury ingresses into Leo. The moon's going to make a square to Venus. So things of relationship and partnership could come up, but that kind of brings us to the end of the week, okay? So how are we feeling? I have one minute and 22 seconds remaining on Instagram. So I think I'm going to end it here. Everyone that showed up today and that hung out with me today, thank you so much. I love you guys. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you following me. I appreciate your engagement today as well and you sticking through this live with me. We've been here for quite a while. We had a lot to talk about, and I'm glad we covered the things that we covered today. I am going to post this, like I said, to YouTube. So this will be posted to YouTube and I'm going to go through all the timestamps. It will be timestamped. So if you want to rewatch this, if you want to rewatch certain portions, or let's say you missed out certain portions, you want to watch them, it'll be on my YouTube by this evening. I will post it in my stories once it's on my YouTube and I'm going to work on the timestamps. Okay. I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. I'm booked out right now, but I'm gonna try to add some more slots for readings. I'm gonna try to make myself more available this week, but I don't know. I'm leaving for vacation so I'm going to Egypt. All right, next month. So that's what my big focus is. But all right, my loves, have a beautiful, blessed day. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you guys on the gram. Okay. All right. Bye.